Invest in commercial real estate with over $1.5 billion in assets. First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Sprouts, Publix, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest syndicators of grocery-anchored real estate in the U.S. Investors choose the specific deals to invest in and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions. To learn about their investor partner opportunities, call the Investor Relations team now. 888-301-90 is an upcoming deal and see what returns investors are earning. Call 888-301-9010 or FNRPRACIO.com. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of your securities only available to verified accredited investors. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any recommendation made about investment stability reflects FNRP strategy. They may not be realized. Visit FNRPRadio.com. The Bible here with Jack Graham. The Bible that comes with the Bible. The 2 by 2 already started Bible reading. Jack Graham. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestration. I thought radio had the whole wizard to get your podcast. Why are you paying people so much? Well, for a couple of reasons. We know all the big words. For example, quid pro quo. We use the word stop instead of stop. So we use Latin. There's a lot of that also because we've gone to law school, and that's really, and I think the bottom line is we do it just because we can. Handle on the law tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Memphis, Tennessee is really the object of everyone's view today. The attorneys for Tyree Nichols have been holding a news conference for over an hour now. The family members, mother and father of Tyree, spoke a short time ago and called for peace when the video is released, and it's likely to be released later this afternoon.
I'm just going to say it. Okay, I've been saying it off the air, but I'm going to say it. The Paul Pelosi attack, I am buying in to the fan fiction that this was some sort of relationship. He's holding each other's arms, but he's smiling when the police arrive, and he's saying to the guy, hey, like you would say to a friend, and he's holding a drink in one of his hands, and he's wearing boxer briefs.
And a full button-down shirt.
And a button-down shirt. Oh, no. It's odd to me. Look at the video. He's smiling and he's holding a drink. It's odd.
It is very odd. That I will give you. But we don't know how scared he is. Maybe
he doesn't look scared.
Maybe he's got a fear reaction that we don't know about. That he's trying to de-escalate. With the dude who's holding.
That's an advanced move. That's a legit intruder. And you're that calm, and you're holding a drink in one hand?
Maybe he thinks if I take my pants off, he'll calm down. I don't know the whole situation.
Usually that's not how you calm down a man. You know how you
see those hands.
Why is he a fan?
He prefers to keep people employed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can hear that.
Zero problem talking to people and hanging out and saying hi and being nice. But my problem is if I go to the store, I'm often the gopher. Oh, I forgot something. I forgot a can of cream of mustard or something like that. Then I'll go get that. If I have one or two things, I absolutely prefer to self-checkout because I know I can do it pretty quickly.
Right. I'm in and I'm out. I also prefer it as a route to go when you're at a place like Whole Foods where they judge their purchases.
Oh, yeah. Well, which is funny because it was at Whole Foods. My wife was there last night when she was saying, she was telling the story about somebody had offered, they just put some new ones in the one where we go.
Yeah.
And one of the cashiers was like, if you'd like, there's an open lane over on the self-checkout. I prefer to keep people.
I had to run interference last night at the grocery store. Or I should say yesterday afternoon thing, homelessness.
Unhoused.
He is a regular at the grocery store, and he was getting into the face of the cashier, and the cashier was rattled by it. And so we were in line, and we tried to fix the situation by saying that it's not you, it's her. She was agitated, and the woman moved on, the woman who has the cat in the stroller, and then she came back, and she started yelling at the checker again. Well, and you can't kick someone out, you can't call the police on them. You have to just live with crazy people these days. That's what happens. Because the police aren't going to do anything about it. It's self-checkout. The reason I even brought it up, though, there's a state representative at a California mushroom farm was the second time an employee tried to kill a coworker on the property. We'll get to that right after they change our $1,000. Now, your chance to win our Fast 800, 500, 5200, or sweetgames.com. Make sure the internet keyword on the website. Go to KFIAM640.com/tag winners notified to your email. Okay, so this Northern California mushroom to another farm, through the trailer and into a neighboring one that was home to Mateo Bing, one of the workers killed on Monday. Wow. You know, when we heard the mushroom farm, we thought, that's a peaceful place. If you can get killed in a mushroom farm, anything's off limits. You don't think about violence at a mushroom farm. Well, apparently this one was quite violent. But the guy is in jail right now, 66 years old, admitted that he took a semi-automatic handgun and opened fire on his co-workers earlier this week. A reporter from NBC Bay Area was able to get in and do a jailhouse interview with him. Her name is Janelle Wang. Our one-on-one visit was scheduled for 10 this morning, and the only thing I was allowed to bring into the jail was my driver's license. It's just my identity. No pen, no paper, no cell phone, no recording devices. My conversation with Cheng Zhao was in Mandarin. She does not speak English. We didn't make it about you. I was just going to say that. Wow. Not important. Carnage that he carried out. No one cares what you are able to sound. Our conversation was only scheduled for 15 minutes. During that time, we spoke about the day of the murders. I told him I heard from law enforcement sources that he told them his colleagues treated him poorly for years. He said that was true. He said he was forced to work long hours from early morning to sometimes 9 o'clock at night. He was paid for their gun. I also asked about the gun. Zhao told me he has a green card and that he bought the gun a while back, probably in 2021, and he had no problem buying the gun at a store. As for his arrest, the amount of I is bothering me. Rule number one, right? One, he believes the police started milling around his car, looking and taking pictures of his license plate. That is interesting because remember, we were talking about this. It's a very strange situation, and the plainclothes detectives were asking the media, hey, you guys might want to step back. Yeah, you guys want to protect yourselves here. We got something going on. And they pulled him out of the car. The fact that he had been there for 2 hours, they already knew what they were looking for in terms of the description of his car and the license plate. He'd been there for 2 hours before they eventually pulled him out of the car. They told me he sat there thinking, yes, that's me. Please arrest me already. After more time passed, and took him into custody. Right, so Janelle Wang, again, this reporter for NBC Bay Area, goes on to say this guy does have a wife. He tried to contact the wife, but apparently couldn't get a hold of her. He doesn't know where his wife is, allegedly, and that they have a daughter who's somewhere around 40 years old, living back in China, that he said he's not even sure that she knows the whole situation that the dad is in. In terms of the Monterey Park shooting, right, where they were talking about motive and what was the video at one point, and that didn't go over well with him. Next hour, we're going to talk with Steve Gregory, who's been following that story, and we'll get some more of the latest on all of that. But coming back, a law that was signed by the governor was on shaky constitutional grounds to begin with, has now been held up by the court. This thing is going to go at least to the Ninth Circuit, and it's likely that Gavin Newsom's got a big fat cow on this one. We'll explain. There is getting KFI AM 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and Deborah Mark is in the newsroom. The attorney for Heidi Nichols' family, Nichols' mom, has spoken ahead of officials releasing police body cam video of police in Memphis beating Nichols to death. Nichols' mom, Yvonne Wells, told reporters the video video was incredibly painful to watch since it happened right down the street from where she lives.
For me to find out that my son was calling my name and I was told to keep away, but you not even hear him. You just no clue how I feel right there.
The video prompted murder charges against them and sparked outrage in the community. Lawyer Ben Trump, the family wants to free Iraq as agents and have no friends or social support system. He says radical changes in behavior
emerge that people ignore savvy enough to find someone else.
He says sadly people turn to deadly violence to cope with their issues. He says the pandemic compounded some people's existing mental health problems. Home invasion robbery. The crime happened last Friday. The cops said the woman was able to get away. The elderly man was taken to the hospital. Somebody in SoCal tried to rip a wrapper off.
Who's calling on my cell phone?
Great home in LA was burglarized. Cops told TMZ the rapper's security reported seeing a man leaving the home carrying something last night. The guy was out of sight before cops shot an item belonging to Drake. The rapper was not home at the time of the break-in. Jennifer Jones leaves KFI News. Second gentleman Doug Emhoff is distributed Austin Birkenau. Emhoff visibly moved as he made his way through the site where 1.1 million men, women, and children, most of them Jewish, were murdered by the Nazis. ABC's Ariel Rissach says this is Emhoff's first visit to the Nazis' largest concentration camp. Emhoff is the first Jewish spouse of the president or vice president. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs in the 60s to around 70 for Metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s in the valleys, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, around 70 for Inland Orange County, around 68 in the Inland Empire. Right now it is 60 in Seal Beach and 61 in Ladera Ranch. We have some road work on the 91 in Riverside.
All now in the back of East 91 before Piers has taken away a left lane out of Troy, really heavy as you pass the 15 freeway. Westbound side of the 91 busy as well out of Anaheim Hills from Weir Canyon Road towards the 55 freeway. No reports of any crashing or anything in the way. There are possibly some outside work getting underway. But we've had a couple of problems on the northbound side of the 605 through Santa Fe Springs. All those crashes over the shoulder now. No major four-way blocks putting the CHP, but still really heavy delays from Rosecrans. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Bucky.
You and your kids' Spanish movie and heart rate shots to burn off stress. Engage in 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A crystal dance party. A walk around the block. Or there's yoga can all help. It's Cal Hustle Moment. It's brought to you by calhelp.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed and feel worried. It's okay to Cal Help and help. Access Cal Help free and secure mental health services. Call 833-317-4676 or WhatsApp at calhelp.org.
Hey, always Team Sharp, let me tell you the unfiltered truth about water softeners. They don't filter anything. They add sodium, they're old-fashioned, costly, maintenance heavy, but hey, there's a better solution. Hilarious Standing Softener. Life Source does more than a softener and better. Get yours by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference. Joe Buck and Jackson Ward welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. He's looking at the cigarette, but he just grabs the gum off the counter. Dad has made party platters and hot and crispy fried chicken at our drink. There's sure to be a touchdown. Peter Buck's Market. Fresh, affordable, community first. Is it getting harder to find a new customer? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the number one audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Conan, founder of Rooter Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water is on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call it, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77, that's 866-DRAIN-77.
equal representation in the direction of his life. If you think it's an OPO win.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music radio and podcasts.
And I have radio stations.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
I was running late, we just want to be right now, right now. I know everybody's gonna
KFI AM supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. So one video is out, another one is coming up later. One video of the attack on Paul Pelosi at their home last October has been released. It's thought that DA did not want that released, but it's been released, and it's pretty. At the very least, it's very interesting to see what the hell is going on inside that house late at night. Where you see the guy with the hammer, and you see the guy fall on the head.
we're not getting the whole story.
So as that one is out, the city of Memphis, meanwhile, and really the rest of the country is waiting for the release of video footage that officials say shows the traffic stop that eventually led to the death of Tyree Nichols. When the DA announced the second-degree murder charges against the five now former Memphis officers, he said the video was released sometime after 6 p.m. tonight. At least 4 of the 5 officers are out of jail on bond. At least 4 of the 5. I'm not sure about the 5th.
A federal judge named William Stubb of the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of California has ruled that the law allowing regulators to punish doctors for spreading false or misleading COVID information is unconstitutionally vague and is 110% correct. This was a law signed by the governor last year, intended to address the waves of misinformation that have turned through the course of the pandemic. Give me a break. If I go to my doctor because I trust my doctor. If my doctor believes one course of action is appropriate for me, I'm going to trust her or him. Her in my case. That's a relationship between me and my doctor. It should not involve the government.
There's a couple things that are playing into this, which I think are interesting. Number one, Gavin Newsom has to know full well this does not pass constitutional muster. The idea that the governor or the state, even if you're talking about the California Medical Board, even if you're talking about the California Department of Public Health, for them to come out and make a decision about what is misinformation and what isn't, regardless of COVID. It doesn't have to be about COVID. It could be about herpes or syphilis or bug bites.
Or your favorite, gonorrhea.
Or the gonorrhea. If that is the case, the state does not get to dictate what your doctor tells you. And in the context of COVID, since that's where this was born, how many things do we know now that we were wrong about 20 years ago at this time?
I thought about this when I was watching Yellow Jackets on Showtime. The show is about a girls' high school soccer team that get in a plane crash and they're trapped in the jungle. And at one point, one of the girls says, I don't know what's right here. We've never been, this is unprecedented. I don't know what's right. I'm just doing what I think is right. And that is what I wanted to hear from public health officials for 3 years. Listen, we don't know. We're just doing what we think is right. Instead, they all got drunk on power. And this shows how drunk they got. They got wasted on their power. They got wasted on the fact that they could tell us that we could only play with American miniature football. That we couldn't touch our own tennis balls. Remember that whole thing? You cannot touch other people's balls, only your balls. And there were certain rules for your own touching of your own balls, and it was absurd. And they got so drunk on power that they thought they could regulate the relationship between you and your doctor.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and threatening doctors with losing their license for disagreeing with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
If they have an opinion, why is my medical professional supposed to have an opinion?
There's an op-ed in the Washington Post today that calls for, I don't want to put words into to the writer, but it's basically tearing down and rebuilding the CDC. That we have shown a correct way to monitor public health and be the conduit for public health. One of the judges, this judge that you're talking about, Judge Shell, who violates the plaintiff's right to due process under the 14th Amendment, because he would actually expand the authority of the medical board to designate spreading false or misleading medical information to patients as unprofessional conduct that could lead to a license suspension or even a revocation to practice in the state of California. That would have been, and listen, this thing does not pass constitutional muster. I think it's very clear that this thing, even if it does get past the Ninth Circuit, as liberal as it is, it's a possibility, would never make it past the Supreme Court. This is clearly unconstitutional. Gavin Newsom is a smart enough guy to know this, but he signed it because he wants to be able to say when he runs for president, I tried to cut down on local mysteries and know that. You hit the nail on the head when you just use the P word, political. Did you know that you could get an STD by drinking a different P word? P. P-E-E. You can? Apparently. So don't go around drinking people's urine, because you get incurable STDs. I've got an example of this out of Houston when we come back. Can I set that up with a cleansing moment first, though? I love a cleansing moment. I listen to the spirit of Jesus. All the way and proud. So bad. Can I tell you I played this for a car full of people? Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. One person has been hurt in an explosion at USC. It happened inside a science building yesterday. That building has since reopened. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in Orange County has gone up for the 9th time in 10 days. These stations by half a cent to $4.56 in Orange County. The average price is up for the 10th consecutive day, going up a cent to $4.50. Consumer spending has dropped for the second month in a row. The Commerce Department's personal spending fell by 0.2% in December. After adjusting for inflation, spending fell 0.3%. We're going to go to the 215 next. Maybe you're on the 215 and you've been injured in an accident. Yeah, could have been a car accident, maybe a motorcycle, maybe a truck, a combination of all three. Maybe there's another dog loose on the road. Yeah. Call a friend that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years. We're talking about Big James accident attorneys. Big James has now settled they donate meals to those in need. Having fed almost 80,000 people in the last year. It's okay if you don't know what to do when you're in an accident. Very few people do. You may not be able to use your car because the injury may not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activities. If it happens to you, please call Big James. Speak to someone who cares. They have nothing to lose. They're the best attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. Or go to cjames.com. Stop by letters from KFI Sunny here in Riverside. On this 60 freeway eastbound, leaving Ruda Boulevard in Portsmouth with a 250. Then in Riverside on the east side down to 91 between Lafayette and Tyler Carpool Way is shut down by South End until around 1 o'clock this afternoon with a stall in the back of it now cleared from the left lane just before Pierce, but still slow from the 15 freeway. And the 91 westbound Beaver still from Weird Canyon Road heading through Anaheim Road towards the 55. KFI just got help get you there faster. W15 Cornish, sponsored by Sync It Up. Sync It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Student computers. How can you spark great learning experience? Get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. The victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at NAB. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-NAB-HELP or visit NAB.org. We also estimate that the S&P went down 20% last year and that this year's outlook is even weaker. In fact, a majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023. So that's why you hear time and time again how important it is to diversify your portfolio or else you risk taking massive losses. Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. And Legacy Precious Metals is the company we trust. With Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA or have metals Just directly to your door. Visit Legacy Online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. Or just Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here's the number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Double your retirement to Call Legacy Precious Metals today and download your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. We're Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous lands. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Are you thinking of starting a new business for the new year and you don't want to spend tons of money on incorporating or starting an LLC? Save thousands by not using an attorney. Legal Docs by Me can help you out right now over the phone and get your documents on the phone and say Legal Docs. That's Township 50 on your cell phone. Keyword Legal Docs. Township 50 Legal Docs. All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcast that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. This is about the mental illness of the person in power at a given moment. That's why they want to shut down the freedom of speech. They want people controlled. They want to tell us how to live on a moment-by-moment basis. John and Claire coming out of the woodwork like a bunch of tiny apples. Now live 1 to 4 p.m. And it just doesn't stop. That's a good show. And in San Francisco as well. Yeah, we do. Chief Gregory will join us to talk about Unsolved. I don't know. I feel like you could lengthen the space between the Unsolved and this Chief Gregory. Is there anything else? Because I know you have a lot to do with the audio branding when it comes to Unsolved. Yeah, why did you say that? That's here. You're in there? Yeah, okay. Just we'll bring it up again. All right, don't forget. The 90s magazine. Oh yeah, we got them early. Put them in early. I think what Mondo's trying to do is sort of an experiment with the cooking style, low and slow, like a rib roast or something like that, or some sort of a barbecue thing. Did you see the nugget about the topless woman and the Jesus statue? I listened to the story of Jesus. Oh yeah, hey girl. All right, a lawsuit has been filed against multiple companies because there was a janitor in Houston that was he was tampering with water bottles at an office building. Oh, not right. And 13 women tested positive for incurable STDs after drinking what was in the water bottle. A woman back in October said she noticed a water bottle she kept on her desk smelled and tasted funny. She soon realized it was tea. I'm going to pull the card over right there. Okay, here's a bottle of water I bought on my desk. Nice to see it. What does it look like? Water. Can you pee in this bottle? Not right now. Right now. Okay. I'll turn it before I completely agree to it, I want to know where this is going. We're going to notice the difference. Oh, I see. After you've urinated in this bottle, yes. I'm going to look at the color and be like, what the hell happened to my water? No. Hypothetically, yeah. So, why would you then put the bottle to your mouth and imbibe the odd smelling and... I will say this. Yeah. I will say this. It's a matter of there's a moment if you have a say yourself, that doesn't work. This is why I don't use the reusable water bottles like God wants you to in nature, because they do have a weird smell about them sometimes. These do? Yeah. Please, wash them. Superman. Yeah. Right back. I know. Wash it every once in a while. No, I know. I did. I just let it fully dry. I don't know. Like these metal ones. That's reusable things. The thing is, I know where this came from. I filled it up this morning from home. Yeah, but you don't have a full chain of custody on that thing. You left the studio, though, about a half an hour ago, and I could have peed in it. Were you airline security now? You didn't. Because again, I mean, to your point, you can visually see it.
My urine.
This has been open for about 30 seconds now. I would smell it by now.
And you would say,
what happened in my water bottle?
Right. And you would not drink.
I would not go, I think someone peed in my water bottle. Oh yeah, someone peed in my water bottle.
Yeah.
That's not the...
I feel like there's a little Darwinism at play here.
The camera showed this guy putting his cleaning equipment down, rubbing his part on the interior of the water bottle that was left on a desk.
Rubbing his part.
He then put the bottle back and resumed cleaning the room, because after all, he is a custodian, and that's what custodians do. The next day, the woman sent a video to the building management company, said she would notify other tenants of what was going on. According to the suit, the company told her, do not do that, and assured her that the situation would be handled and that they would notify the tenants. However, the management company did not notify the tenants. The woman then captured Mr. Diaz doing the exact same thing later that evening.
I did not know that you could get an STD by drinking urine.
I do not know why I have this, but in October, Dr. Oz was talking about drinking urine.
Okay.
I don't even know the context of it. It's just what it says. Should I play it?
Play it.
But depending on what we're putting in it, it'll smell one way or the other. Urine, by the way, if you haven't had anything fancy, you have to put a nutty smell to it. I don't know if that was a good idea or not.
So, I'm taking from that he had tasted urine. How else would you know the flavor notes?
Urine, by the way, if you haven't had anything fancy, you have to put a nutty smell to it. It tastes like that too. A lot of times talking about all the aspects of it, the color, urine, all that comes up as well. How do you know what that tastes like right away? We said the clip earlier in the show where you said it has a nutty flavor. Yeah, nutty, a little bit of bark, so cherry wood. How do you know that? Freaking Merlot. For example, I'll give you one right now. If you're really bright neon yellow, yeah, too many B vitamins. Really? Yeah. So I'm thinking, what's wrong with me? It's something they have B vitamins, there's 6 B vitamins. Then goes for a diabetic, tastes like wine, cherry wine.
Oh, that's the reason to get diabetes.
But you could smell that. If it's your thing, you would, hey, that smells like cherry wine.
You know the flavor of it. You never got to that. You wouldn't say the flavor of it unless you tasted it. How do you know how it tastes? I'm tasting it. You know, it's all next door. You're actually looking at stuff you know. Wow. No, are you kidding me? Where have you been? You have really? Guillermo, have you ever? No. I haven't been curious. I'm not being curious. No, I'm not curious. I've never eaten anything that came out of my body, to be honest with you. This had to be, so this was middle of October is what the date is on this. So this is a couple of weeks before people are going to vote whether or not Dr. Oz should be the senator from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And George Santos can get into Congress.
Oh, George Santos.
Is there more?
Oh,
he's a urine connoisseur.
Lucky. They bottled George Santos' urine when he was in Brazil.
Well, it's a healing agent.
Became the best.
It saves children.
Yeah. Children from
the devil.
Yeah, they get from the devil.
Yes.
Got it. All right. Worldwide, when we come back to their anything, we're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
KSI.
AOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Speaking out, I'm Dr. Laura live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The family of the black man violently arrested during the traffic stop in Memphis, Tennessee is speaking out before the release of the arrest video later today. Heidi Nichols died 3 days after he was arrested earlier this month.
We have a precedent that has been set here in Memphis, and we intend to hold this blueprint for all Americans from this day forward.
Attorney Ben Crump says Nichols' family intends to create a Heidi law that will emphasize the importance of police officers' duty to intervene when they see crimes being committed, even by a fellow police officer. The former officers involved in the arrest were charged yesterday with second-degree murder. All 5 are also black. Fire has destroyed a two-story apartment building in LA's Westwood district. Police said the building left stated has an aggressive man in one unit. LAPD Captain Aaron Ponce says officers tried to de-escalate the situation.
He came out onto the balcony in between the two apartments, began throwing things at the officers. It's my understanding he also threw some, lit some clothing, lit some type of objects and threw those at the officers.
It took more than 100 firefighters just under an hour to put out that fire. The man suspected of starting it was taken into custody. Several families were left without a place to live. Local and federal law enforcement agencies are warning people in the IE against fentanyl in a new PSA campaign. It's my daughter, she's 17. Help her!
The PSA video shows a frantic mother's 911 call. DEA Special Agent in charge Bill Bodner says the Inland Empire is disproportionately impacted by fentanyl because the greater LA area is a shipment center for drugs from Mexico. A number of major airports, train and bus stations, and a significant freight hub with trucks leaving daily for all corners of the United States unfortunately support the drug trade. More than 700 people died in the IE from fentanyl in 2021. In Riverside, Grove Crowley, KFI.
A former professor at Chapman University has responded to charges to be disbarred for advising former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election.
The state bar complaint says John Eastman pushed bogus election fraud claims to Trump and to many protesters in D.C. who then stormed the Capitol.
Here's the government. We define what it's true. How dare you question? That's the message.
John Eastman says his representation is protected by the Constitution, and it's his duty as a lawyer to zealously advocate for his clients.
If the election was illegal, and it clearly was, then our Constitution requires strong patriots to come to its defense.
The state bar says Eastman tried to usurp the will of the American people in an egregious attack on democracy. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Video has been released of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked in his home in San Francisco. The video shows how Pelosi is fighting for control of the hammer with the accused attacker David DePass. On video, DePass is holding Pelosi's arm when the officers open the door. DePass then grabbed the hammer out of Pelosi's hand. Officers rushed inside, grabbed DePass, and put handcuffs on him. President Biden has announced Jeff Zients as his new White House chief of staff. Zients co-chaired the Biden presidential transition team, served as the White House COVID-19 response coordinator, and most recently worked at the White House preparing for staffing changes. President Biden says in a statement that Jeff Zients' big task ahead will be implementing the laws the administration has passed in its first 2 years. ABC Karen Travers, the Zients were liked and respected among White House staff. Biden said in a statement that he's confident Zients will continue the outgoing chief of staff's example of smart, steady leadership. Another felony from Russian forces that killed at least 10 people in Ukraine and hurt 20 others after Russian missile strikes and self-exploding drones killed at least 10 people across the country. We are going to go to the 110 next. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain? Maybe it's in your knees, your shoulders, in your hips or back?
You do not have to go through 2023, another year in pain. Next generation pain management has arrived. It's called QC Kinetics. Now, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader when it comes to cutting-edge regenerative medicine. And regenerative medicine is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's an all-natural process. Uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, puts them directly into your achy joints to restore and repair that damaged tissue.
This is lasting pain relief, but there's no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime.
So athletes have been doing this for years now. You can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you're sick of living with pain from arthritis or maybe an injury, call the local medical professional at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
There's 3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and the City of Warren.
213-997-PAIN, QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN.
KFI financial report, the Dow is up 86, S&P 500 up 20, KFI sunny with highs in the mid-60s to around 70 for Metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s in the Valley, mid-50s to low 60s for the Antelope Valley, around 70 in Inland Orange County, and around 68 in Inland Empire. Right now, it is 61 in Steel Beach, the same in Buena Park, 59 in Board Hills, and 61 in Seminole. We're going to the 110 in Carson.
There's a brush fire currently burning on the right-hand shoulder. This is on the North 110 at Carson Street, and you're slow coming away from San Diego on the 110 northbound from Pacific Coast Highway to the 405. And up ahead, you're heading to downtown 110 northbound, jammed up again from the 105 to the downtown Los Angeles 4 level. southbound side of the 110 through downtown. This was from the 5 down to Wilshire Boulevard. East 105 at Bellflower Boulevard and Activity clearing out of the right-hand lane. East 105 at Figure 2 from Bellflower Boulevard to the 605. Westbound side of the 105 bumper to bumper from Imperial Highway to Aviation Boulevard as you head toward the airport. In the Legion Park, 5 southbound transition to the 110 southbound is closed until next week, while Southbound crews clean up storm-related damages. In the meantime, the 5 southbound is closed from Los Angeles Boulevard to the East LA interchange. Northbound is down from the interchange at the Stadium Way. Also a slow ride on the South 101 Hollywood Freeway from Santa Monica Boulevard to the 4. Interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stool. It turns out I have EPI, or estrogen pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats PCI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions. Creon may increase the chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening or painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon if directed by your doctor and always refuse. Do not take capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk. And I have radio station. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, don't forget to use that iHeartRadio app in the talkback feature to talk back to us. Your thoughts on anything, really. We'll take all of them, won't we, Gary? Take all of them. His face right now, it says this. You don't listen to these guys. You don't have to. I listen to each and every one. A little delightful nightmare. What's so delightful nightmare? Good morning, guys. It's trying to find out when your next news and version is going to happen. Oh. Or does it have to be taken in news or breakfast or news? Oh. They wanted to find out today. And still brew coffee. I mean, if you want to drink it in the morning, it's fine. Or we could be started later. Or we could start it later. Or we could do it for 30 hours just ourselves. I just don't worry about other people. I don't know if I feel good. It's already a little unsettling when people get there at 9:30 and are already drinking. I feel a little irresponsible. Like I'm the parent at the house that's having the party and I'm watching the kids drink. And I know that they're safe because they're doing it at my house, but at the same time they're still underage. And then I feel irresponsible. Take a mark that. Then became a party pooper, January 27th, 2026. I feel like you can have the same feeling as I do from time to time. I do just maybe feel that too. But I would say this. I mean, we did ask an attorney whether or not we would be liable for any sort of right. And we would not be liable. Right. For people that are guilty. But morally liable, yes. You mean it would haunt you for the rest of your life? Yes. We do not know yet when our music is. But we are working. We are. Okay, 11 o'clock is when we dive into Washington. The government doesn't work. Oh, man. 4 o'clock was a bad food. Hey, Joe. All too clearly, you don't want to swamp. Anyway, still be quiet. That's the Milwaukee. You know, the Justice Department and FBI leadership today cautioning any potential protesters from turning violent during demonstrations expected across the country, not just in Memphis, in response to the release of police footage from a traffic stop that led to the killing of 29-year-old Tyree Nichols there in Memphis. Attorney General Merrick Garland is saying at a press conference this morning
Expressions of concern when people see this video. We urge that they be peaceful and nonviolent. These are the same message from the family of Kyrie as well. They say that this video is going to show him being beaten to a pulp for 3 minutes, calling out for his mom, asking, "What should I do?"
We heard earlier Roger Wells, his father, come out and basically ask for peace. This was the news conference that they had down in Memphis area. We want peace. We do not want any type of uproar, protest. That's what the family wants. That's what the community wants. President Biden has also called for what he says would be meaningful reforms because public trust is the foundation of public safety, and there are still too many places in America today where the bonds of trust are frayed or broken.
Memphis Police Chief Tuesday Davis told CNN today the video shows acts that despise humanity and a disregard for life, namely the officers using what he said was a groupthink mentality to exert an unexplainable amount of aggression towards Kyrie. He said the video is about the same, if not worse, than the Rabbi King video from 1991.
New Hampshire is in an interesting position right now. The state of New Hampshire has always been, not always, but in our recent memory, has been the first primary state when it comes to presidential elections. And President Biden appears to have united Republican, Democrats, and independent voters in New Hampshire to, in the push to have South Carolina replace the Granite State as the first in the nation. He's the head of the Democratic Party, despite his fact he's the president, he was elected. Now, he wants South Carolina to be the first because it is more diverse in terms of the electorate, specifically within the Democratic Party. He wants a more diverse electorate to be the one to make the first decision as to who is going to be the nominee. No one likes that. No one. Governor Sununu has come out and said no one does it better than New Hampshire. And he said New Hampshire actually takes pride in being first. Hampshire is the first in the nation primary is kind of a birthright. Am I overstating it? Well, I'll call it a fifth professional sport, if you will. As something you get incredibly seriously. It's not a birthright as if it's a tradition we just deserve it. We've earned it. Like if you look at a high voter tonight, if you look at the voter participation, the integrity in our election system, the activism we see around it, and how we do it. You know, you saying that? You're talking about how important it is to New Hampshire. Millions of advertising dollars that flow into New Hampshire in the event that they are the first.
Why did you use a pro sports analogy when you have no pro sports in the state? You have no pro sports in your state, and you just said it's our fifth professional sport. That is ridiculous, right? I think you should get out of the race right now for that. You're done. Like this is the stupidest talking point.
All right, when we return next, play for you some of the body cam footage from the Paul Pelosi, not the most important video of today, but the Paul Pelosi video from the San Francisco Police Department officers who showed up that night when that guy was there. It wasn't a myth, and there was it's weird, regardless of whether or not something was a myth. It's just weird.
But I never thought it would look like this.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Also, your chance at $1,000. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The winter storm is down 32 degrees versus the yesterday. The public water agencies will now get 30% of what they had asked for instead of the 5% they were promised last month. A man has been arrested in connection with a hit-and-run crash that killed 2 young brothers in South LA. The 13-year-old and 18-month-old boys were killed on January 9th in their family's car. They were hit by a speeding car that ran a red light. The driver got out of his wet car and ran off. He now faces murder charges. The former dean of Chapman University Law School in Orange County could lose his law license in California for helping former President Trump fight the results of the 2020 election. We're going to a crash on the 57 in Fullerton.
On the south side of the 57, right at Chapman, right near South Fullerton, an accident is out of lane. Across the 57 south at Floridian Brea from Imperial Highway to the 91 freeway. 57 northbound, we do shoot from Diamond Bar to the 60 Pomona Freeway. 215 southbound at Box Springs Road is a fast turn from the center divider. And you're slow on the South 215 coming away from the Riverside Interchange heading down to the Merino Valley Freeway. North 215 falls only from Van Buren to Central Avenue. AFI in the side of get you there faster. I'm Mike Horner. If you're living with decayed, missing, loose, crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Nicarani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my daughter. She has some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile. And you can do it in one day and while you sleep. And if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Nicarani can fix those problems too. Smile again, the foods that you've missed, now pound 250 on the cell and just say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com. LADentistGroup.com. Green Rock Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, new colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Before I started Rooterville Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John Coyne, founder of Rooterville Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but we captured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We choose and keep these values at Rooterville Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooterville business card. You can also reach us at rooterville.com. Thank you. I have a group of buddies who never had taken a big trip together. And when my buddy said, hey, let's go to Back to the Future, the musical. Yeah, I'm not going with 9 guys to see a Broadway play. For King Conway Jr. show. Don't be that fragile with your masculinity. Stay on now, live 4 to 7 p.m. on Day of On. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Close your eyes. I would just like to have a little bit of a gold star for not letting any of this spill onto the air. If you think that your current state has not spilled out on the air, you are high. Oh, really? Yes. You are 10. You are 10. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's funny. I'm just trying to say it. So there's a definite function. You started your palms. And they're very calm. No, you are not. Category, all kinds of books for $1,200. I'm doing books. Answer, an 1833 collection of nursery rhymes was called This Character's Melody. Oh, you have this book. Nursery rhymes. Be on nursery rhymes. Mondo. Mother Goose. Mother Goose. Remember it had that black and white sign? I don't, that doesn't ring a bell. No. Speaking of Swamp Watch, we'll get into it in just a second, but we got $1,000 to give away. You're going to win. Now, you're going to win $1,000. Enter this nationwide keywords on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. BONUS. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Good Games Accident Attorney.
500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Make sure you enter the keyword on the website, kfiam640.com/cash, and then head your way to the email inbox. That's what I notified.
That was my mother's Facebook.
Well,
their free rhymes are very dark.
All I had growing up were Louis L'Amour. So that and the Time Life World War II. Down data points seeking a power on their next party chair. They're deciding whether or not to reinstate Ronna McDaniel to a fourth term or turn her position over to somebody else. We've got two challengers in this case. One of them, Harmeet Dillon, the conservative lawyer from here in California, and the My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell, is one of the candidates to take over the Republican National Committee. Some committee members have said that Ronna McDaniel is too identifiable with the leader of an election denier group to Donald Trump. Those two make her look like a Mother Teresa.
Police body camera footage from last year's hammer attack on then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband Paul at their home in San Francisco was made public today. The video was first obtained by the local NBC station up there. It shows police approaching Pelosi's home and then the door being opened with Pelosi standing next to the suspect in the case. Both men are holding on to a hammer.
Here's the knock. Gonna stand there for a couple seconds, waiting for the door to open, and when it opens, how you doing? What's going on, man? Everything's good. Alright, so as soon as she wanted to be in front, closest speaker standing by the door says, drop the hammer, and the guy says no. Drop the hammer. Hey, Paul Pelosi. Hey. And that's when the guy reaches over, is able to, like you said, they're both holding on to the hammer. Paul Pelosi kind of has the head of the hammer in his right hand. The other guy has it, he's trying to wrestle it away slowly, because he doesn't want to get stopped by the police officers. And when he finally says, hey, the guy rips it out of his hand, and then plants one right on the back of his head. That's when the police rush in. They eventually tackle the guy. Paul Pelosi is flat on the ground, unresponsive. And the officers called for backup, and that's when they were able to take the guy into custody. So, Paul Pelosi, if you haven't seen the video yet, is wearing a long-sleeve button-down shirt and black boxer briefs.
Now, could that shirt be a pajama shirt?
I'm not wearing my Paul Pelosi shirt. Go on.
Could that shirt be a pajama shirt?
Could be.
Where he just sleeps hot, and so he just wears the shirt with hot
from the bottom down?
Well, I'm a one leg out and one leg in person sometimes. And maybe that's how Paul Pelosi dresses when he goes to bed. Maybe he's too hot to wear the entire pajama set, and he's just cold enough to wear the top. He's a Goldilocks sleeper. Too hot, too cold, just right. In my box.
I do suppose that's possible. And if it was pajamas, why? I don't know.
It's an odd video. I mean, it doesn't seem to be a hectic situation. It's not clear to me if I were the police responding, if I would get that 911 call where it was he called from the bathroom and said there's an intruder, right? Isn't that how it went? Yeah. If I was just opening the door here, I wouldn't think that this was an intruder situation. Save for the hammer. So they look like there was two dudes.
I'll play for you.
Maybe in an argument, but not if they don't appear to be in an argument.
I'll play for you part of the 911 call that was also in this thing. This gentleman just came into the house and he wants to wait there for my wife to come home. And so, anyway, he's on the phone.
Do you know who the person is?
No, I don't know who it is. He has been telling me. He's telling me not to, he's telling me not to do anything. He's telling me not to do anything.
Okay, that's odd.
I don't know. Why? Listen, I'm a friend of yeah, he says you're a friend, but anyway, I know.
You don't know who he is?
No, now.
He's so calm. He's so calm on that call. He's so calm on the video. If he, bravo to him. If an intruder breaks into my home, I'm a frantic mess.
Now, they also showed some surveillance video from outside the home where the guy was apparently breaking into the house. He had a couple of backpacks with him and then took the backpacks off to get in. He had awakened Paul Pelosi just after 2 a.m. with this large hammer and several white zip ties and was yelling, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" and then threatened to tie up Paul and prevent him from escaping via the elevator. And allegedly later told Paul Pelosi, "I can take you out." He convinced the guy that he can go to the bathroom, and he doesn't have a phone in the bathroom. He used the phone. Oh, I guess that's where his phone was charging. That makes a little bit more sense. But then spoke very cryptically, to your point, to the police, because he doesn't want to tip them off necessarily. I'm sorry, tip off the intruder that he's trying desperately to get the police there to shoot the man about the head and neck repeatedly.
But the way he says there's a man here who says he's waiting for my wife to get home.
Here's the assumption. He believes
that they know it's Pelosi's house.
Yes, I think that he believes they know right away.
Bravo to him then.
He may have said at the beginning of the call, "Hey, this is Paul Pelosi, my wife. You may have heard of her. She's out. She's here right now. She's serving lines. This is the second. I think she's, oh, yes, Mr. Pelosi." And if you're the dispatcher, it's 2 in the morning on October 28th, are you like, okay, right. But that's funny. I'm Michelle Obama. Go on.
Right. Exactly.
So I don't know. It is weird. It is a weird thing. If nothing else, right? If you assume everything is on the up and up, it's proof to me that we have no idea how we would act under certain circumstances.
That's true. There's no playbook for this kind of thing.
You know, he's trying to make sure that this guy doesn't go nuts.
I could see you acting like this.
I am not a long sleeve pajama shirt guy with my boxer briefs.
No,
you can do it. And in the middle of the night, not icing my drink.
That's my question about the drink. Paul Pelosi's got a drink in his left hand. It's a tumbler, right?
A highball
glass, and it's got ice in it. Now, if you were to offer, just go down the conspiracy hole with me for a minute. If you were to offer an intruder to your home a glass of water to calm them down, kind of like when the kid gets up in the middle of the night and says, "I want some water," and you're like, "Okay, I'll play along, here's some water, go back to bed." He gets the guy a glass of water to calm them down. Does he put ice in it? No, sir.
No, I would say, I would have gotten a glass as a weapon.
Exactly. And I would have broken it on the counter and then stabbed him in the face with it.
Well, your fan fiction definitely took a different turn.
Very understandable continue. Steve Gregory joins us, so we'll get into all the latest coming out of Monterey Park when we return.
Very understandable. That's all. Deborah Marks, that's her. In a live KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The attorney for the family of the black man who was violently arrested in Memphis, Tennessee, as the former officers involved were part of a supporting unit, or a suppression unit. Tyree Nichols died 3 days after his arrest for a traffic stop earlier this month.
Make no mistake, Tyree Nichols at all times was an innocent. He was caught up in a thing.
Nichols' family attorney Antonio Romanisi says the intent of the supporting unit has now been corrected. The former officers involved in the fatal arrest and charged yesterday with second-degree murder, all 5 are also black. Hundreds of friends, family, and colleagues have gathered to celebrate the life of an Orange County deputy public defender who died in Mexico. They met for a candlelight vigil in Orange last night to share memories of his life. Mexican authorities said Elliot Blair accidentally fell 2 stories to his death from an open-air walkway at a spa in Rosarita Beach. Family members believe he was brutally killed and are still looking for answers. A man in New York has been found guilty in federal court for an ISIS-inspired truck attack that killed 8 people on a bicycle path. Eric Kuczynski says the man practically confessed to the attack on Halloween in 2017.
His lawyer conceding the deadliest terror attack in New York since 9/11 was not an accident. He did it intentionally. But that wasn't to join ISIS. He wanted to die a martyr.
No, he got the death penalty. The jury is due back in court no earlier than February 6th to hear more evidence in the penalty phase of the trial. And I scream, you scream, we all scream for Stranger Things. Keyboard direct streamed the equivalent of 19.4 million years of content across all platforms in 2022. That's a record and a 27% increase from 2021. Nielsen said the most streamed show for last year is season 4 of Stranger Things. It was streamed for 52 billion minutes. That's the highest number since 2020 when audiences binged 57.1 billion minutes of The Office in the first year of the pandemic. 7 of the top 10 streamed shows were on Netflix, 2 were on Disney Plus, with Encanto being the only movie to make the top 10. 18, terrifying news. Southland weather from KFI sunny. Highs mid-60s to around 70 for Metro LA. Mid-60s to low 70s in Valley. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Around 70 for Inland Point County. Around 68 in the Inland Empire. Right now 60 in Cypress and 64 in Brea. We're going back to the 110 in Carson.
Most on the line of the 110 right at Carson Street. A brush fire has been extinguished on the right-hand shoulder, but the north 110 is slow from Pacific Coast Highway up to the 405. Then up ahead, heading to downtown LA, 110 northbound ramps up again from the 105 to the 4 level. Also slow going through South LA on the south 110 from Expedition down to Manchester. East 105 to Bellflower Boulevard and action cleared out of the right-hand lane. No delays on the East 105. Westbound side though heading to LAX a little slow. I hope to get you there faster. I'm Mike Collins. If all home air purifiers are the same, then why would the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroClaim to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroClaim's advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroClaim is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com. The letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroClaim home purification unit. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Student computers. How can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
I love working on my cars, but I wish I had more space for my shop. Give General Steel a call. In business for over 30 years and with over 5,000 five-star customer reviews, General Steel can help with projects ranging from RV storage and garages to churches, workshops, and even major construction for Fortune 500 companies. And all General Steel custom buildings are backed by our 50-year warranty. But that's going to cost a fortune. Actually, General Steel buildings are more affordable than other building options. And thanks to our highly efficient construction, you can go from dreaming it to enjoying it in no time. I need to give the General a call. How do I get more information? Call 866-74-STEEL or visit Get Dinner Business. That's 866-74-STEEL. Our team will answer your questions and offer you a customized quote. Just call 866-747-8335. If there's 5 or more employees who manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either, it's a refund of your taxes. The tricky thing is complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to GetRefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys have turned $1 billion to businesses, and it could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those with the PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. GetRefunds.com, that's GetRefunds.com. Rosetta Stone, where language is learned. RosettaStone.com. Holiday spending leaving your bank account empty. All those bags of two things you made, trying to buy the love and affection of your family is Bill. KFI wants you to do a cash refill with $1,000 every weekly hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just swimming. Listen away $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
reporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The stories that we are following today, this will be a big one. The stories are about to release police video that shows 5 black officers beating a black man in Memphis, Tennessee. Tyree Nichols' death prompted murder charges yesterday. We told you about those when Steve Mulroy, the Shelby County DA, came out and announced the charges. 4 of the 5, we believe at least 4 of the 5 officers have actually bonded out of jail. The video of the traffic stop, according to the DA and the mayor and the police chief, will be released to the public sometime after 6 p.m. Memphis time. The police chief came out and said the reason they wanted to do it on a Friday night was because they wanted kids to be out of school and they wanted people to be home from work.
Well, I understand that because you don't want unrest in the streets when kids are in school and the parents are going to pick them up and the logistics of that. I can understand that. But on a Friday afternoon when people have a whole weekend, and we talked about the potential for violence in Memphis, but this is a potential for violence right here. It hasn't occurred to me because at least until yesterday when I was having my ballet class with Miss Patricia, and she asked me, what time are they going to release that so I know what time to be home? And I thought, it didn't even occur to me that we could have violent protests here. Steve Gregory joins us. Steve, you're connected. You're the most connected reporter in Los Angeles.
How about that?
For law enforcement, sure. Are there plans in place for this evening?
Plans for what?
For unrest.
I've not seen any yet, but I have been on the phone with law enforcement here locally, and they are obviously monitoring the situation. They're using the same intel gatherers that they always use for stuff like this, for anything that they anticipate.
I know someone down at the Hall of Justice who says they're all going to be out of there by 4.
But the sheriff's department will have reinforcements down there. They will be able to deploy. And this will be interesting. It's kind of a sidebar here. We dealt with it in Long Beach, and it's a completely different scenario. So that'll be interesting to start the entire ad. It'll be interesting to see how he deploys resources or what he looks at this time around. I know Ellen TV is monitoring it. The first question everyone asks is, were they going to go on tactical alert? Well, they don't really go on tactical alert ahead of time. They have to wait to do this for a good reason. But they are monitoring it, which means monitoring social media feeds, because that's how all of these would be acting to people that want to protest in the community. You would organize this in fact they were. So it'll be on the social media. And usually it'll be at the same location. I mean, you can almost pinpoint every place that they're going to get. Right. Including being LAPD and City Hall being the first.
Are you going to be on call?
No, I'll be at home.
Well, that's the plan. I imagine you'd roll out.
I'm tired. But, of course I need to on tactical alert. I'm always on tactical alert. We always are. All of them. All of us are.
Chris Little will tell you we're like surgeons.
No, I thought it was a flunky.
No. When it comes to, we are a well-trained SWAT team of these people. However, if it's on call, we're like surgeons. So if we get a call, the difference is no one's dying on the table that we're going to operate on.
You don't have an army of reporters who have a health patient. That's his national signature. But
that was his signature like 20 years ago.
I thought it was cool. I thought it was too.
I think he got in trouble for it. I think it ran afoul of HR. Yeah.
The airport. Steve has got it. We're also looking for updates in the investigations into the shooting in Monterey Park. 11 people killed, 9 others injured. The government eventually took his own life on Sunday morning after tourist police had caught up with him. He committed suicide while they were approaching his van. The questions about this guy and his connection to the 2 ballrooms that he went in, one obviously he attacked and killed the people that were there, some of the people that were there, and then was disarmed at the second one. What do we know? Are we getting more information about some potential connection at least? The only connection we had physically had been more than 5 years ago. He hadn't been to that first ballroom in Monterey Park for at least 5 years.
But he was banned from both of them.
Sure, that's probably why he didn't show up.
No, I'm just saying that's why he did show up in my mind. Well, if that was a place for him to take out his unhappiness.
Right, I mean, that will go in line with forensic psychologist I interviewed about this, but basically said the doctor, all these mass shooters all have the same thing in common. They're loners, they're a grudge of some kind. They might have health issues, they might have, there's no social circle, no support system, as you called it. So they all have this in common. And the guy at Norway has called that a workplace violence issue already. So he said he had issues with that farm, those farms. So yeah, Karen, you absolutely should absolutely do that, and it should have been testing for all this time too. And that's the thing we talk about. Is that usually they don't snap and react immediately to some sort of bad news or some sort of rejection. They usually stick to it. It's usually effective, and that's when we train it. There was an interesting aspect that Sheriff Luna pointed out a couple nights ago that there was a motorcycle that they located that had been registered to the guy near where the shooting took place, the first shooting. Right. And they believed that that was even more of the signal like you're talking about, that it was very premeditated. Yeah. And it's funny because when you look at it, and covering the things you've all covered, it's funny how you thought things through on one angle, but didn't think a lot of things through on the other. And it just, you could tell he wasn't, dare I say this, I mean, this was told by law. You could tell he wasn't a professional, so to speak. He did this a lot. This looks like it's something he tried to do. And I'll be really interested to see what his search history is like in this apartment that they were gathering all the devices, and then they were going to hand them over to the cybercrime unit. And then they were going to go through with the client's phone to get a pattern, at least some sort of a profile. Going forward, does this say the sheriff's department investigation or the FBI or anybody else? No. The only thing the FBI and the ATF are going to do in this case is like the weapons. It's interesting because two of the three weapons seized were registered in California. The other had been illegally purchased in Monterey Park back in the 90s. It's not clear yet the history of that weapon. That's what the agency is. The ATF is going to go through, and they are tracing back the history of that weapon. But the sheriff said, so it's kind of interesting how it started out. The narrative started out as hate crime. When we found out right away that was not a hate crime. Then the narrative switched to domestic violence. It wasn't a domestic violence issue. And then well, he got these weapons illegally. That was the next narrative. They're going to the bottom of it. So it really kind of scattered a lot of TV reporters through. Well, it's also interesting that you pointed this out, the age of the guy was significant because this guy, the guy up in Half-Moon Bay, is much older by many decades than what we see usually take a headline like this. But similar to the shooter in Vegas, in that we don't know the guy's motive. I mean, to this day, 5 and 6 years later, we do not know the motive or why he decided to open fire on that concert in Vegas. But this guy had done that. This was his community. These were happy people he knew in his past. I think there's definitely a connection there. The guy that opened fire on those kids in Vegas. That was zero. Yeah. The psychologist told me that age doesn't matter. I thought that was it. I asked him, I said, is this just your coincidence for seeing it? He goes, no, age has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with the person's lot in life. There are situations socially, there's situations personally, medically, psychologically. Holding grudges. Yeah, exactly. He said it has nothing to do with age. The only difference, he said the only advantage or disadvantage with someone that's a little older is they may have no resources financially and the ability to travel and buy things and do things that somebody that's younger may not. Coming up tomorrow night is a new episode of Unsolved. With Steve Gregory. We'll talk about that. Coming up next, Sharing Stan will continue. Deborah Marks is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Video has been released. The former housekeeping nurse Pelosi's husband being attacked in his home in San Francisco last year. The video shows Paul Pelosi fighting for control of the camera with the accused attacker. India is receiving tea rights from South Africa as part of a plan to reintroduce the cat in the country. Another shelling from Russian forces has killed at least 10 people in Ukraine and hurt 20 others. Southland weather from KFI sunny with highs in the mid-50s to low 70s. This report brought to you by Compassion International. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 6th Street in Diamond Bar.
On the west side of the 50, right at the 57, and actually is taking up the middle lanes, and your backstep leading Chino starting at Ramona Avenue. Each stop sign is 60 right at Azusa Avenue. We had a broken down car just cleared out of the middle lane. No delays on the E60 from the East LA interchange to the Riverside interchange. On Glendale, a problem on the 134 eastbound right at the 5, an accident in the carpool lane, and leaving Burbank East 134, you're 12 from Point Vista. AFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris. This report is sponsored by Stochastic International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides the food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. I never write reviews, but Navage is so amazing I had to leave it. Nothing ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how Navage works. That review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navage. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I talk about flushing out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navage's powered suction can help you breathe better, and how you know it's the body's air filter, and Navage will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Navage has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring has gone way down. Your Betsy's gone, unquote. Navage is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, breathe deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, who knows healthy life. Hey, here's California just seniors will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlight. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlight and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunlock.com, sunlock.com. USLB 100874. Life is uncertain, and having to get stuff and get worried protected at Tahoe Home Health. Access Tahoe free health care mental health service. Call 888-317-4673 or laptop at tahoe.org. You want to sell your home? Call Sellers Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Or maybe time for change. Whatever your reason for selling, Sellers Advantage has a hefty solution for your needs. Some have competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and they can close in days. No complicated closing process or contract falling through. Sellers Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today and get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS and sellersadvantage.com. Sellers Advantage will buy your home, make it easy, so fast you don't have to worry. So happy with Sellers Advantage. We are either 0196-1658. No one has the same taste as you. From the music you love to the podcast you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Portions of the following program will be recorded. KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, TRILLIONAIRE Resort. Breathtakingly situated on 102 acres atop the Palo Verde Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play around the Gulf or two with the lake, and have dinner at Catalina Kitchen. You can unwind at TRILLIONAIRE's award-winning spa and wellness center, lounge by one of their 4 ocean view pools, or dine at their 8 distinctive on-site restaurants. Go to TRILLIONAIRE.com to learn more. Visit KFI AM 640 on Instagram and enter to win a stay at the luxury resort that's right here at home and feels like a million miles away. That's KFI AM 640 on Instagram. Good luck from KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Where on the iHeartRadio app, some stories for keeping our eye on. At least 5 people have been killed after an attack at a synagogue in Jerusalem. Reports say a Palestinian shooter entered the synagogue, fired at worshipers who were gathered for Friday night prayers, and 5 others injured in this attack.
We got an ISIS guy, U.S. military operation killed a senior ISIS leader and 10 members of the group in northern Somalia. They said Bilal al-Sudani was supporting ISIS's expansion and activities across Africa and beyond the continent, so they killed him.
Tyree Nichols' mother giving a warning about this video that will surface today about 4 o'clock our time. Very horrific. And that's one of the things. She said she warned parents not to let their kids watch. That's the other thing. He doesn't want to see this video, and it's going to be everywhere.
Speaking of videos, Nancy Pelosi spoke for the first time. Now, it's just a normal congresswoman about the attack on her husband. That video was released today. She said she has no intention of watching it. But again, it's going to be one of those a little lighter, but not less painful. Jay Leno broke his collarbone. It was just a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago, I suppose now, where he was burned when a steam engine, one of his classic old cars, blew up. He was riding a vintage motorcycle in Las Vegas, but there was a wire that was strung across, or a chain of some kind strung across the little roadway. There was no sign on it. So he ran directly into that. He was probably thrown off the motorcycle and cracked 2 ribs, both kneecaps, and broke his collarbone.
Did I read that his show is no longer?
And yes, the NBC Houston. Steve Gregory is on it. Want to just go on that? Yeah, we could. Steve Gregory is on it. He is the host of Unsolved. With Steve Gregory, Mark that. This is the stuff he's been doing. Now we're in our 4th season. Yes. 4th season. Once you hit 100 episodes, man, you're going to get that syndication.
You're not the Bachelor.
There's a reason behind it, and it's working.
Okay, good. Great.
What is coming up tomorrow night at 7 o'clock?
Tomorrow night, it's a horrific story. December 7th, 1990, 14-year-old girl in East Los Angeles was found murdered in her bedroom. She was naked from the waist down. And the only evidence they have is that a screen had fallen off of the window outside. The window was open. And as we find out tomorrow with the detective in charge of the opening, John McCarthy, we don't know if that was someone trying to get in and that attack, or if that screen had already been off the window. The other thing we find out is that this girl, she was a freshman at Garfield High School there in East LA. She had a proclivity of hanging around with gang members. And that brings a whole new dynamic into it. So Sean Harvey walked us through that. And then also, very unusual thing, because there were gang members involved in her social circle, they had to give 27 warrants for blood draws from 27 different men. There were 27.
Well, who was in the home, too? You got to think about parents in the home, siblings in the home, comers and goers.
Well, and that's part of the challenge, because mother, for all of you know, mother's still alive, but she's completely opposite. They can't find the father, the birth father, and they can't find the stepfather.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it truly is.
How did you not find, I mean, they, at the time, you would think those would be the first people that you spoke with.
Back then. And back then, there were the stories and their accounts of everything. But now the culture is taking a look at it, 30-something years later. And they have to start all over again. Because there was really no progress on the street back in the 90s. So now they're looking at it, and they're trying to figure out what to do next. But what we find out is that familial DNA and genealogical DNA are playing a pretty role to the front burner, because the FBI actually approached the Department of Health and said, hey, we have all these resources, we want to start using this for cases. We have these cases that might work with. And the Department of Health said, absolutely, this is the case we like to get to you, and you can use all your genealogy. It seems we've covered that many times, starting with the Golden State Killer and everything since then, where the genealogy sort of reverse engineering of a family tree is what leads to a suspect.
It seems like that, and the crossover between agencies using that technology is almost an untapped but growing, I guess, angle to law enforcement that we didn't tool 10 years ago. And but here's the challenge, especially like there was a challenge. Not only the district attorney's office in Lawrence County has a specific protocol that they have to follow in order to use that specific genealogy and that specific research. They're not like keen on just letting investigators use it because they say it could impede their ability to prosecute.
Well, they've got to start using it willy-nilly because the law is going to catch up with them, especially in California.
Riverside County does not have such a protocol, and they've already solved two full cases using that technology. But in this case, apparently there's some very lengthy and very cumbersome protocol that prevents you from just going into the process because there are a lot of hoops in order to use that science and technology for all right, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, Unsolved. With Steve Frederick, and then of course you can catch all of the episodes on the iHeartRadio app.
All the seasons, right, Steve?
All the seasons, Shannon, all of them.
Reminds me of one of my favorite Bible verses. What is it, Jacob?
Oh, everything there is a season?
Everything there is a season.
That's a Bible book? I thought that was the Mark and the Mamas and the Prophets. Oh, whatever. Birds and the Mamas. Where do you think they got it from?
Turn.
Is that from the Bible?
No, that's from the song.
Oh. You're not. You guys said we're not going to. Is that a missile? Why are you drinking? No. Come on, guys. We've gone for a few weeks about this. And everything's been fine.
People love it.
With the Jesus. No wrong. That sounds like a medical emergency. We don't have an AED on the floor. We don't know. What is it? It's the cord with two pieces of closed wires.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Analyzing the shooter of Deborah Morris live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A forensic psychologist who's the mass shooter in Monterey Park has some things in common with the man who killed 7 people in Northern California.
They're both loners and mad at the world. A lot of people are taking violence as a remedy to their ill. Don't just only believe that people who have no support system are more vulnerable to thoughts of violence to themselves and others. They're isolated. They're either psychologically, emotionally, or socially isolated. Because it's important for people to recognize radical changes in behavior, and because in most cases, people don't even realize the red flag until it's too late. Gregory
The man accused of killing 7 people and shooting for too much in farms where he worked in Afternoon Day had claimed he was suffering from some sort of mental illness before the shootings Monday. Sam Mateo, County DA, the man's comments were consistent with what he told law enforcement. The attorney for the family of the black man violently arrested in Memphis, Tennessee, says the former officers involved were part of a scorpion unit. Heidi Nichols died in the hospital 3 days after his arrest. Attorney Antonio Romanucci has asked the police chief to disband the unit effective immediately.
The intent of the Scorpion unit has now been corrupted. It cannot be brought back to center with any sense of morality and dignity, and most importantly, trust in this community.
He asked how the community will ever trust the Scorpion unit because the intent was good, the end result was a failure. All 5 former officers who were also black have been charged with second-degree murder. A vigil has been held in Orange for a county public defender who died in Mexico while celebrating his first wedding anniversary. I think the stories of the resort when he was playing attorney case Barnett for families who they successfully died during a violent crime.
We have the evidence and we talked to the witnesses. He wasn't drunk. The ball wasn't the cause of death.
So it's brought to testing, including testing for alcohol in their system. People in California could be getting a break from unusually high natural gas bills. The California Public Utilities Commission says it's considering applying California climate credits to utility bills as soon as possible. The credit would reduce bills for customers of PG&E, SDG&E, SCE, and SoCal Gas by about $90 to $120. A lawyer has responded to the state bar's threat to disbar him over the advice he gave former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Former Chapman University professor John Eastman said his advice was his patriotic duty because the election was clearly illegal.
We are facing an authoritarian or totalitarian mentality. Their citizens are not allowed to voice their criticism of government. So their views are censored through an unholy alliance between a social media oligopoly and the government itself.
The state bar Eastman pushed bogus claims of election fraud to Trump and to many protesters who then went and stormed the Capitol. Barr said Eastman knew or was grossly negligent in not knowing that there was no reasonably believable evidence of election fraud. And the Department of Justice has charged 3 men in New York in a murder-for-hire plot to kill an activist in office from Iran. Officials say this is the second foiled attempt on the office life in 2 years.
In 2021, he charged an Iranian intelligence officer and 3 Iranian intelligence assets with plotting to kidnap the victim from within the United States for rendition to Iran and likely execution in order to silence the victim.
Attorney General Merrick Garland says the government in Iran has continued to target the person, which is the DOJ will not tolerate attempts by an authoritarian regime to undermine the protections and rule of law upon which our democracy is based. We are going to the 405 next.
So let's talk about an upsetting issue, because it seems like people getting upset these days. You pay your homeowner's insurance premium every month like clockwork, and then something like water damage, broken pipes, toilet overflow, cracks, and whatever it is. You're going to open a claim with the homeowner's insurance company, but you find out that their adjuster is trying to pay you so little, you probably won't even be able to repair the damage. This is where Abner Gas comes in. Abner Gas is looking out for you.
Abner Gas is a public insurance adjuster who is on your side. You can try to negotiate with your insurance company, but you're going to find very quickly it is not simple.
Abner Gat will negotiate on your behalf to make sure that you get the best possible outcome, not the insurance company.
I could use an Abner Gat in every arena of my life.
He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for years. That's all they do.
They've got the experience and the industry know-how you need on your side.
They're also rated 5 stars on Yelp and Google and Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Gat and his team.
Give Abner a call at 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerGat.com.
ABNERGAT, AbnerGat.com, or call Abner directly, 818-917-5256.
The KFI financial report, the Dow is up 175, S&P 500 up 29, NASDAQ up 162, and the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.53. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs mid-60s to around 70 for Metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s in the valley, mid-60s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, around 70 for Inland Orange County, around 68 in the Inland Empire. Right now, 66 in Tustin with 67 in Mission Viejo, 65 in Van Nuys, and 61 in Southport. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Culver City.
On the southbound side of the 405 at Monster Boulevard, an accident within the left-hand lane. South 405, stop and go from Burbank Boulevard down to the 90 Marina Freeway. Northbound side of the 405, slow going leaving Inglewood from Manchester up to Santa Monica Boulevard. On the Diamond Bar, 60 westbound right at the flow in the west 60 from Ramona Avenue. In Glendale, 134 eastbound right at the 5, an accident cleared down to the Coastal lane, but the East 134 leaving Burbank. You're tapping the brake starting at Buena Vista. At the Caltrans Concerts in Ontario, westbound side of the 10, the right-hand lane zone to be going for repairs until 2 p.m. today between Vineyard Avenue and Euclid Avenue, and you're close to the tone zone between Hayden and Mountain Avenue. Up ahead, 10 westbound transition to the South 605 is an accident in lane to the Connector Road. Right-hand flows again from Pacific Avenue down to the 605, and you're close to the San Gabriel Valley on your east end from Atlantic to Rosemead Boulevard. Put a money in the sign, he'll get you there faster. I'm Mike Mullen.
Look at the Gary and Shannon show brought to you by Solar Technology.
Get solar for $49.93 a month, 0 down, 0.99% APR.
Go to solarmaxtech.com. Hi, Joan K with iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. The Oscar race is a yo. Who's the first Asian Best Actress nominee in Academy Award history? All Flight on the Western Front received 9 nods, as did The Banshees of Inisherin. In the actor category, the momentum continues for Elvis star Austin Butler, The Whale, Brendan Fraser, and Cars, Nicholas Peck. A few surprises though, blonde star Anna de Armas enters the Best Actress race. And the Hollywood Reporter says a last-minute word of mouth campaign that Andrea Riseborough, her first Oscar nod for the film she last week. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever star Angela Bassett becomes the first artist to receive acting nod for a Marvel movie. And Oscar voters are showing big budget sequels lots of love this year. Top Gun Maverick and Avatar: The Way of Water are both up for Best Picture. It's still anyone's game. The Academy members have until March 7th to cast their votes. Oscars will be handed out March 12th. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
Hi, this is Phil Cordell with the law firm Cordell and Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father who wants to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell and Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you. Contact Cordell and Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Bracey Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
As a walking pharmacist, I talk to people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling a Medicare prescription, like taking advantage of Walgreens not using refills to save them a trip, or using refill by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got this, with low-cost copays on many medications. Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at Walgreens.com/Medicare. We promise to serve prescriptions and exclusions.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio stations.
Yeah, 45 everywhere on the iHeart Radio app on Friday, January 27th. Our 9 news nuggets you need to know to wrap Memphis today and sort of the preparations that are underway for the release of the video in the case out of Memphis where 5 officers accused of beating the guy so bad that he ended up dying a few days later. We do expect to see the body camera footage from that a little bit later today. On a much better note, we, KFI, giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, TRILLIONAIRE Resort, situated right there on the 100-plus acres atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula with endless views to the Pacific Ocean.
Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play a round of golf, pursue the links, and have dinner at Catalina Kitchen.
You can also unwind at the award-winning spa at TRILLIONAIRE, the wellness center, lounge by one of the 4 ocean view pools, or dine as you please, exclusive on-site restaurants.
Go to TerraNea.com to learn more about the resort and visit KFI AM Support on Instagram. Enter to win a stay at this luxury resort that's right here at home, but feels like a million miles away.
Time for What's Happening. There's also a state of emergency that's been declared in Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp there declared a state of emergency in response to a series of protests that have turned up. It's called Top City, and it is a training facility that they're trying to build apparently just outside of Atlanta, and a lot of people have been protesting the training center before it's even set up. Peaceful protests popped up in the city last week, and then they got violent. They turned violent in response to a police shooting of one of the activists during an operation to clear a construction site for the new training facility. Georgia Bureau of Investigation has said that the guy who was shot, 22-year-old Manuel Serran, also shot a state trooper before he was then shot and killed. The state trooper's going to be okay.
You mentioned Memphis. I just wanted to throw this in. Again, we're just hours away from the footage of the beating death and from reports from the police chief in Memphis that then described as Tyree Nichols after that traffic stop there in January 7th, that most of the former police officers who were charged yesterday with the murder of Tyree Nichols in connection with this are out of jail.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering what kind of...
The World Health Organization, some other international parties to investigate the source of contaminated cough syrup that has killed more than 300 kids in Asia and Africa. The over-the-counter cough syrup sold in several countries found to be tainted with diethylene glycol, and ethylene glycol was found to be toxic to humans.
We told you about the story out of Virginia about that 6-year-old bringing a gun to school, shooting the teacher, how apparently teachers and other employees had alerted administrators and administrators did nothing in the hours before the shooting. Well, now we've got a South Florida father facing a felony charge after his 6-year-old brought a gun to school. It was found in the kid's backpack. Southwest lost $220 million because of their travel snafus at the end of last year.
Well, Southwest is trying to get back at everybody's good graces. They have sent out 50 billion airline points to customers who are applying % for each point. So they're saying it's roughly the equivalent of about $750 in Southwest dollars. So
coming up next, we got breaking television news to tell you about.
Jay Leno?
No. I mean, that's literally breaking news, isn't it?
Harry Styles?
No. Right. Also, listen to $1,000.
We'll continue right after this. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
For 3 days, Labor in Los Angeles will lay off around 1,000 employees as it prepares for weak fourth quarter numbers. NPSC investigators say an airport worker in Alabama is about to into a plane's engine at Montgomery Regional Airport last month had been warned to stay back. The ground crew was briefed twice last month before the jet arrived that its engines would be running for the plane connected to ground power. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go crazy for your class on the 134 in Glendale.
Some police have guided the 134 portion of the Ventura Freeway right at the 5, and accident not only cleared out of the carpool lane, but completely off the freeway. New time East 134, you're 12 from Buena Vista. Through the 405, you have delays from Burbank Boulevard to City Center Drive, and through the west side, you're slow again on the South 405 from Sunset Boulevard down to the 90 Marina Freeway. Good news out of Diamond Bar, West 60 at the 57, and kind of cleared out of the middle lane. KFI in the sky, they'll switch you there faster. I'm Mike Moore.
This report is sponsored by LA Unified Adult Education. Los Angeles Unified Adult Education offers free classes in career training, high school diploma, and English as a second language. Visit LAUnifiedAdult.org or call 213-241-3150. If you're living with decayed, missing, loose, crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Pamela Dentist, and boy, he saved her. She has some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore you on the cells, say Dentist. Schedule a free exam including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com. LADentistGroup.com. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was named O'Donnell after my grandfather. But as a kid, I was pleased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the angel service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Zero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll stable your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you.
PO 102-8886.
This is your New Year's resolution to survive. If you guys children already started rivalry,
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music.
listen to Bible in the Ear with Jack Brown. Not operating on the whole
Rich DeMiro here, host of Rich on Test. Hackers have found a new way to target you by sending an email with a document to sign. If you click the link to open the attachment, it actually redirects you to a malicious website that tries invasive. Virus scanners may not catch it, so be extra careful on any email asking you to sign a document, especially if you're not expecting it. Rich on Tech with Rich De Niro tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Standard KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We have $1,000 to give away here at Graham. Now you're supposed to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, Bills. That's Bills, BILLS. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If never been accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney to Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. That keyword goes on the website, KFIAM640.com/cash. And if you win, they'll let you know via email.
A British teenager is being sentenced to more than 11 years in prison after creating far-right extremist videos that influenced a mass shooter who killed 10 black people at that supermarket in Buffalo.
A British guy?
Yeah. Daniel Harris is from Northern England, and he posted videos shared by that suspect who pleaded guilty to the Buffalo killing. The judge said that what the Buffalo shooter did was appalling, and that Harris's intentions were to encourage people to carry out acts of violence like that when he posted the videos online. His videos were also shared by the suspect accused of killing people at that nightclub in Colorado Springs.
Speaking of videos, those will make headlines today. One of them was the video that showed the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi fighting for control of a hammer with his assailant during an attack back in October. This footage is released today to a coalition of news agencies, even though the DA's office did not want to make it available. It includes portions of the 911 call that Paul Pelosi made, as well as images from a Capitol Police surveillance camera outside the home, and a body camera worn by one of the responding officers, and a recording of the suspect's police interview. The guy has pleaded not guilty in separate state and federal cases. The other story about a video is that authorities are about to release the video to the public that depicts officers shooting a black man who later died. This is the Tyree Nichols case out of Memphis, Tennessee. His gas-prompted murder charges yesterday against the 5 officers. Nichols died 3 days after a confrontation with the officers during a traffic stop on January 7th. Earlier today, his father begged for peace and calm when the video is released. He has already seen it, and now we're understanding that some of the Memphis City Council members, 6 p.m. Memphis time, which would be about 4 o'clock our time, that video is released. And then down at Dana Point, we're pointing out that the Republican National Committee Seattle, between T. Harney Dillon, the lawyer from here in California, and the Mike Pillow guy, Mike Lindell.
We've got in trouble several times already today, and I'm looking through these nuggets, and I think we're going to probably get in trouble several more times.
So how can that be? We've only got that much time left in the show.
Oh, it can be.
You think so?
Did you see these nuggets? They are vulgar. Even the first one is a little. Yeah, I don't even know how we can do it.
Well, we can find a way. One of the stories that we haven't actually talked about in the last week and a half or so is the ongoing discussion of what happened at ABC, at Good Morning America, at GMA3, which is the third hour of Good Morning America, the lighter version of this. It's their version of the 90s magazine.
You know, we heard that the morning show, was that on HBO, was oddly factual. Yeah, when it came to the plot line. And now we're seeing another one play out here at the third hour of Good Morning America. Sources tell TMZ there was a marathon mediation session yesterday with PJ Holmes and Amy Robach. Remember, they were the co-anchors of this third hour. We found out doing all the things.
I'm 60. I don't think I've ever come noodle.
I also said wackadoodle earlier. I'm expanding my glossary. Both married at the time. I think they're now estranged from said
both of their
spouses. And I think they're still together, if I'm not mistaken. Remember all the news came out about him, too, banging around that place, hooking up with interns and the like?
At least one, I saw a reference to a second one that he may have been hooking up with, but there's not much less detail in the second story. Now, there's another accusation that's come out. One is that Amy had liquor in her dressing room. The BBC folks said it was a violation of their policy. One person said that that's ridiculous. Some of the bottles were sent from Top 80
have liquor in it. I think it's pretty common.
It's also given as gifts a lot of times,
and that's why.
The source said those executives sent other on-air channels liquor as well.
He went to the college football national championship game a year ago and then went to work the next day. They say drunk. But one source says that from saying he was just tired.
I don't remember if it was just a Superdome, whatever they call it now. But if any amount of travel was involved in that, the game is going to be over at 8, 9 o'clock. If that's on the West Coast, you got to go back and then be up early to do Good Morning America. Even GMA 3 is going to be up relatively early. She said it's insane. She was simply tired. As for Amy and TJ together, it's become clear in mediation that they did not handle their romance appropriately. They waited too long to tell ABC executives about it. ABC also said it made clear that their behavior on set was uncomfortable for some of the staff members there.
In Indianapolis,
where it was. Well, it's much less of a travel. You're still taking a flight. I mean, Indy to New York is
a beautiful stadium.
But they are talking about. Sources said the mediation will continue as both sides negotiate the fine points of the exit, which is a change from what the network initially said when the relationship was made public, that the two of them had not broken any rules, as they were essentially considered equals at the show in the position. So there wasn't the morning show version of the story, which is that there was a power imbalance between the two.
Right.
So I don't know what
there would be a team with hooking up with an intern.
Right. And I don't know what they do at this point. I mean,
they won't be paired together because they're probably not dancers.
We don't know.
So they'll compete against each other. It's going to be TJ Holmes, Amy Robach, George Santos. We've got the whole roster.
It's going to be the bomb. All right. Well,
yes.
Our 9 news nuggets you need to know.
Do we need to know these?
Some of them it doesn't seem like.
I feel like that language is a little bit misleading.
Topless woman?
The topless woman one might be my favorite.
Okay. I like the woman who pretended to be a teenager to enroll in school.
That's the G-rated nugget.
24-hour newsroom.
The attorney for Tyree Nichols' family and Nichols' mom have spoken ahead of officials releasing police body cam video of police in Memphis beating Nichols to death. Nichols' mom, Robin Wells, told reporters the video was horrific since it happened right down the street from where she lives.
Would we decline over right there?
The video prompted murder charges against them and sparked outrage in the community. Lawyer Ben Trump says the family wants to create a law so police intervene when they see crimes being committed even by fellow police officers. The 5 former black officers were charged yesterday. In the arrest video, U.S. Capitol Police say they are also taking additional steps out of caution. It's expected the new security measures on Capitol Hill will involve temporary barriers and additional officers. ABC's Ann Flattery says that police in Memphis are expected to release the video sometime after 6 tonight Memphis time. Well, county could be heading out 238,000 pounds less recipients in the county.
Second Harvest Food Bank of OCCPO Claudia Taylor says COVID-19 food benefits in next month with a final payout in March.
The household that was getting $281 a month for food during the pandemic, it could take them down to $22 a month.
She says food banks are stockpiling non-perishables and because of inflation, looking to buy
more fresh produce, more eggs, more milk. The very things that are so expensive right now for people to buy.
People can find a local food bank to help there by calling 211 in Orange County, Corbin Carson, AFIU.
The Pentagon says U.S. Special Forces in Somalia have killed a top ISIS leader and 10 ISIS fighters. Target at Wednesday's raid described as the 2 officers and facilitators for the terror group's network. ABC's Martha Raddick says Viral al-Sudani was in a cave complex in North Cape and knocked out who Johnny was responsible for fostering the growing presence of ISIS in Africa and funding the group's operations around the world. And a new study that found that autism rates in children have tripled over the last 16 years. The report published yesterday in the journal Pediatrics studied 4,500 8-year-olds. Dr. Jennifer Ashton for parents to look out for certain signs and hobbies. The late language development and social interactions, any child or toddler exhibiting repetitive behaviors or showing a limited interest in activities or sensory issues, a sensitivity to noise. Because the greater awareness and understanding of the disorder has contributed to the increase of diagnoses in children, she says doctors have also improved their diagnostic methods. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs mid-50s to around 70 for Metro LA, mid-50s to low 70s in the valley, mid-50s to low 60s in the Amarillo Valley, around 70 for inland Orange County, around 68 in inland Empire. Right now 68 in La Habra and 62 in Laguna and Miguel. We have stress and rains in the city of Orange on the 55.
On the north side of the 55 right at the fellow. Currently, there's tracks scattered chronicling for the roadway. First, you have the race on the 55 north from the 405 up to the 5, and then again from the 22 up to Casella. Good news out of Culver City, 405 southbound in Washington, and that's been cleared out of the right-hand lane. But the South 405, first you have brake lights starting up between the Burbank Boulevard and Getty Center Drive, and then up ahead leaving the west side heading to LAX. South 405 jams up again from Moser to Howard Hughes Parkway. Clear high in the sky, look, it goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. ViralRabbi is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit EKPure.com. The letter E, the letter K, Pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. EKPure.com, promo code Conway. EKPure.com, promo code Conway. Or call 823-422-4255. Ask you medication to COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health. Tanya, Isabella, Frank, these are the names of everyday Southern Californians doing extraordinary things. Adjusting thermostats, signing up for eco-friendly rebates, using clean electricity in their homes and businesses, all to create a clean energy California. And thanks to programs and rebates from Southern California Edison, we all have the power to ensure a clean energy future. Visit SAP.com/clean energy to learn more. They always keep start. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know: Jeffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Jeffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Jeffy's web, JeffyPower.com. That's EUCHIE Power.com. Life is uncertain, okay, to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope and Help. Contact CalHope 812 mental health disorders. Call 888-317-4373 or live chat at calhope.org. Better where language is learned. Go to betterstone.com. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take a trip anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and Taylor, all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. An iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm sorry, dear, I follow important today. Newly released video shows
Nancy Pelosi's husband fighting for control of the hammer with his intruder during an attack in their home in San Francisco last year. But the footage getting all of the attention as it should is the footage coming out of Memphis. Authorities are about to release police video depicting officers beating a black man who later died. It is a 3-minute beating. It's going to be appalling. According to all of those who've seen it so far.
And city officials are the ones who have seen it most recently. The city council apparently was given the opportunity to see what reports released to the public. Some of the families and attorneys that are working for the family saw it earlier this week. Tyree Nichols' mother said she was unable to watch it, but her father did. His father did. And his father, again today, at a news conference with some of his attorneys, begged for peace and peaceful protest later tonight.
Officials say this is a day after Israeli troops killed 9 Palestinians during a raid at a refugee camp in the West Bank.
This is a nice thing. Mike Pence says he takes full responsibility for the classified documents that were found in his home. Of course he does. He didn't say there's no there. He didn't say, I'm the vice president, I can do what I want.
For someone to say, I screwed up. I think that there's a lot of respect that goes along with that.
It goes a long way when you admit your mistake. Jeff Bezos and his private space firm, Blue Origin, will send the first ever all-female crew into space next year.
Aww.
Do you know who will lead the mission? If science thinks strong, powerful female figures
are right.
No.
He's too busy with the Broncos.
He's too busy with the Broncos and Stanford and stuff.
Can I tell you, I saw her in the tunnel?
Yeah.
It was very cool.
She's very nice. Right.
I mean, I didn't talk to her, but it was just cool to walk by.
The Blue Origin all-female space crew. Powerful woman.
I'm drawing a blank here on the science. I'm not good with science superheroes.
Oh, well, in that case, it's Jeff Bezos' girlfriend, Lauren Bloomstead, who is going to...
You know what? When I first heard that, when he just said he's going to have an all-female crew, I said, what a great PR move for him. Because the last thing I remember of Jeff Bezos is he was cheating on his wife with this girl. The text messages, the weird stuff, and how this will rebuild his image with women.
Yeah, not be revealed until we get closer to the launch. By the way, it's about a year from now.
I don't know anything about her. Does she have qualifications?
You worked in everything about Lauren Sanchez. I don't think she's a trained pilot, scientist, aeronautical engineer. I don't think she's any of those things. Maybe she'll surprise me, and if that's the case, I will eat my words.
The 9 news nuggets you need to know, or stories.
Let's talk about what you want. The story
that tells you the cracks in the newscast.
Why?
Because when you're really hungry and you're scarfing down those nacho cheese Doritos, sometimes not all of the chip makes it in your mouth. So it falls into the cracks.
That's what it does.
This honorable mention.
Honorable mention. Not the book, the mention. It's an honor.
Great and honorable Moses. Today we're holding your audition to become the newest member of Honorable Mention. We saw this story earlier in the week, but never got to it. This was a dog who shot and killed his owner in the car because the dog stepped on a hunting rifle lying in the back seat. In the back seat, you say, yes. If you're dumb enough to leave your hunting rifle in the back seat, you're dumb enough to have your dog shoot you.
So, it's even worse because it's not even the guy who owns the German Shepherd, it's his buddy. The German Shepherd's owner was driving, his buddy's in the passenger seat. He leans his rifle up against the butt of the rifle's against the back seat. The fiery top end of the rifle is pointed from the back seat, so it starts sniffing back.
I don't know, now I'm calling BS on this.
You think the driver did it?
I think the friend did it, yeah. And blamed the dog.
You have to, well, I said this off the air. You have to be special kind of stupid to put a loaded gun in your car in an area with a German Shepherd, or a dog of any kind, or anybody of any kind. German Shepherd. But a loaded number 9. Number 9. I did 9 plays with the dog 39 times out of 10. Basically, everybody is taking them. I feel ready to go another 9 in. Did I put the niner in there? Or you call it from our lucky pocket? I saw this story and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. For 4 days, a 29-year-old woman pretended to be a student at a public high school in New Jersey. She went to class, she spent time in the guidance office, she got the digits of a bunch of kids who helped her find her way through the maze of hallways. I'm going to sound racist, but this is more believable because it is an Asian woman. What makes it more believable? Because Asian women age beautifully. Ma'am, we don't allow smoking in the class. Ma'am, we don't allow jowls and double trims here. Wow. You haven't also this woman identified by police as Haijong Kim was arrested this week, charged with providing documents that falsified her age to officials at New Brunswick Public Schools, a district with about 10,000 students there in the central part of New Jersey. School superintendent told board members this week that the district would be evaluating how to better look at fake documents, or for fake documents, I should say. Neither school nor police officials offered any information as to why she did it. I get why she did it. Why? I have great memories of high school. I have some awful memories of high school too, but I have great memories of high school. And but if you could go back to high school, maybe not when you're 38 or 50, but when you're 22, if you could go back to high school and do the things that you did with the knowledge that you now have, perhaps, either the way people in a pre-party and have to go back to high school. And girls are really edgy to each other. It's horrible. That goes without saying. Listen to 8 different bosses going on about mission statements. I love the Top Wheeler story. It's been a long time. It sure has. A thief accused of stealing a laptop, an iPad, and a charging cable from a community center in Tukwila, which is a pocket, leave a little gift on his way out. He pooped in the toilet. In the sink, excuse me. In the toilet wouldn't have made a news nugget. You're right. I have pictures actually a handful of years ago. Somebody actually left it on the floor. Oh, yeah. That's what the police said in the Facebook post about the burglar. They said the burglar made a second error by merging the stolen iPad's Apple account with their personal account. Like they tried to wipe it clean and then log into their... You say that to your husband, and I heard him scream through the phone, no! So I'm going to say no as well. No, just innocent. About the radio station? Yes. Oh, that may have to be like a subscription-only podcast. But yes, we're going to put that on our vision board. There's no... Delivered just like 3 times in my life. But they're not going to figure out a way to pivot and like how do they get in? Should they get in through the front door? They're going to have to go around the back. How's it going to work? And they're not going to have the knowledge. And then it's like, this is what they do. This is what moving people do. Of course they're going to have the knowledge on how to configure this. Well, and listen, they're 1980. It's going to be subject to specific codes where you live. So the stairway has to be a certain... Yeah, well, my home was built in 61. Okay, on 2 feet, and I almost break a rib every time I go up there. In this case, Ruth Ansel tried to have a big brown couch delivered to a brand new home. The delivery people failed to pivot, and they abandoned it while it was jammed on its stairs. And here's the thing. That's a new one. They just left it. It is so stuck, it's not even touching the stairs. It's stands between the wall and the banister, floating above the stairs. So you can't get up or down the stairs.
The other thing about house delivery guys is they always have a look on their face like, I deliver this house. It's what they do. You know what I mean?
It is.
Every day.
This happens to be a hide-a-bed. You can tell by the springs right here. So that's going to add some significant weight to that.
Yeah.
And that's going to be annoying. But the damage to the walls and the couch itself is pretty funny. But you got to, you as the homeowner, have to do just a tiny bit of measuring before you order the giant couch for your relatively small home.
Number 6. A Swiss owner's pet fish was able to access his eShop account and added funds to it using his credit card for their owner's identity while he was gone.
Well, what they did was they set up a webcam focused on a fish bowl that Japanese YouTuber did. And they said that they used motion tracking software to watch the fish as they would swim across the overlaid grid populated with the controller input. Random, basically, but if a fish paused to change direction, that controller input registered on the game. He's done the experiment before. He said he finished Pokemon Sapphire in about 2,000 hours, which I have no idea what that means. That entire sentence I just said means nothing to me. But he said this time it can go as planned. The game went swimmingly, the fish winning several battles. At the 1100 hour mark, the game crashed. But without him there to fix the whole situation, the system continued registering inputs from the fish. And basically, the Nintendo eShop comes up, and he's able to register the correct sequence of inputs to add to his account from his credit card. Now, granted, it was only about 500 yen in the fish channel.
This is why I stick with Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Never happened. No one gets their identity stolen in 1987. Number 5.
We begin bombing in 5 minutes. 5 little money.
More than 92.
Maybe a favorite lose 5 pounds immediately.
I feel like a strong case to be made the late 80s.
Well, the original Punch Out, but I was trying to remember because there was a Punch Out, the regular Punch Out was like 84.
Yeah, no, this is Mike Tyson.
Specifically the Mike Tyson Punch Out.
I'm not seriously bad about that. Splash Mountain at the Magic Kingdom permanently closed this week to make way for Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
So did I. The one here in
That's too bad. I really like Splash Mountain, the whole song. I didn't like that my husband would sing the whole song.
like the song.
My husband sang the whole thing.
He did not like it.
He did like it.
No. Yep. You cannot say that.
Oh, to the breakup.
Yes. He did not
He hated it.
He hated it.
Every minute of
He
it.
only sang it to bring attention to.
Right, to take back ownership. Whatever. Yeah. Well, people are selling Splash Mountain's water on eBay. Prices for Splash Mountain water are running from 99 cents to $150 currently. And I want to find everyone that's buying this and lock them up.
I think that's how they see might be fine somewhere.
No.
You remember the Simpsons episode where they went on the version of the Small World, but it was clearly not licensed, and Lisa drank some of the water from the that they were floating in.
Yeah.
She turned into like Jim Morrison high on drugs.
Oh, really?
She stands up and she's like, I am the lizard queen. I can do anything.
I wonder how many people saw that episode and then went to Small World and drank the water.
It doesn't do anything.
I know that, but people are dumb.
Number 4.
Come in number 4.
This isn't the same way as last one.
That was just to cover my tracks, but I probably, had seen that episode, would have drank the water to see what happened.
Another Washington State news nugget. We don't get these very often. seems relatively calm where it's still raining.
Skagit County, that was a big county in question during the Skagit. Skagit. Oh, it's been a while.
It has.
But I remember that county was very important when it came to the recall.
Snoqualmie.
Ash, Mountain,
Skookumchuck.
Skookumchuck.
Wind. A Skagit County pastor admitted he leads a double life, arrested with nearly 3 pounds of meth, fentanyl and cocaine, and bragged to the Lord, I assume, he was a good drug dealer.
He was arrested in Mount Vernon. After detectives received information he had been distributing controlled substances in Watson, Snohomish, and Skagit County.
There you go. Nailed it. He was arrested in his 2002 Subaru. Banger. Wow. What? That guy's a ball.
Listen, if I'm dealing drugs, I'm going to have something better than a 2002 Subaru.
But then again, a 2002 Subaru is probably very well received in Skagit County, right? I mean,
those are good cars.
They're going to go forever, clearly. He told deputies he was aware that fentanyl is a dangerous drug, and he admitted, listen, he's thinking about other people. He at least provided Narcan to an overdose patient in the past. Clearance level 3. All 3. I got all 3 of you guys. We're looking at now going live.
After about 3 days, they both started.
3. I want to hear this woman say this line. Paragraph 4. How can a grown man go to a house in a neighborhood thinking they're going to get sex? 56-year-old woman in her retirement, her name is Elaine White, says that men from across North Texas are hookers.
Some are looking for Nikki, some say Kelly, some say Rhonda. About 25 men have shown up on her doorstep since last year at all hours of the day, young and old, men of all ethnicities. Some are local, some have traveled as far away as Laredo.
She said she tried to install a Ring video doorbell, hoping to dissuade them.
Several showed up with cases of beer.
Oh, great.
Number 2. What's going on, you two?
What's up, two fingers?
1, 2.
There's 2 sons and no women.
This is all you, Gary.
Get it? Well, I subscribe to the Toowoomba Chronicle, a paper out of Queensland, Australia.
Mm-hmm.
There was the owner of an adult shop, the Love Heart Adult Shop. The owner arrived at the store back on January 21st to find one of the display items missing.
He called it his largest tester.
Number 1.
Number 1. This is out of Fargo, North Dakota, and guys, if you see a lady with a chest tattoo, you've won big. You've won the love lottery. A woman wearing no shirt or bra broke into a Catholic church there in North Dakota and destroyed a statue of Jesus. St. Mary's Cathedral, downtown Fargo, about 6:30 p.m. Tuesday. 35-year-old Brittany Reynolds.
Hey, girl.
She was not able to answer basic questions, appeared to be under the influence of narcotics.
She said she entered the church. Court documents said she entered the church and knocked over a potted plant. For the Monsignor there was asked about the cost of the damage, and he said he's not sure, but he found a similar tattoo online. I think he means of the Jesus, not of the topless woman with the chest tattoo, for about $11,500.
What would make you go into a church and destroy a statue of Jesus?
Well, if it was hot, it was clearly too hot. He wasn't wearing any shirt or bra. So
right.
Maybe the temperature in Fargo was up around, what, 90 or something like that? All right, Jonathan Show is up next. We'll see you on Monday. Big eyes. You sweet fucking move up, Gary and Shannon.
Bye! Have a great Friday, you
I don't know what you're thinking, and I kind of like that.
slanderous and kind.
Live everywhere on the NR video app.
Hitting the profile on Deborah Mars live from the KFI 24-hour news from a forensic psychologist who works with police in LA to the mass shooter in Monterey Park exhibited these reports.
When there's this culture of violence and acting out, it can accelerate people, especially when they feel there's no hope. Investigators have said Hussein Tran was divorced, lived alone, and had no friends. It was characterized that Tran was a lonely, bitter, unhealthy man. Police says, sadly, people don't realize they've been seeing the red flags until it's too late. Gregory testifying there.
The LA City Council is considering putting that money in LAPD's budget to be used for recruiting.
The $500,000 will go towards advertising a possible signing bonus system. Councilman Bob Blumenfield says the department is struggling to recruit new officers.
We need to have, a robust police department with the full number of officers. And we have a lot of folks who are retiring, and they need to be replaced by new recruits.
LAPD Chief Moore says less people seem to be interested in becoming cops. He said in August the department was down about 176 officers with around 9,300 employees. Like Stroll and KFI News.
The federal government will allow Medicaid to keep some people in state prisons, jails, or juvenile detention centers for the first time ever. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services said yesterday it will give inmates 90 days before release. Until now, federal law prohibited Medicaid funds from being used for people in custody. A former professor at Chapman University has responded to charges he was being disbarred for advising former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election.
The state bar complaint says John Eastman puts bogus election fraud claims to Trump and to many protesters in D.C. who then stormed the Capitol. Here's the government. We define what is true. How dare you question it? That's the message. John Eastman says his representation is protected by the Constitution, and it's his duty as a lawyer to zealously advocate for his client. If the election was illegal, and it clearly was, then our Constitution requires strong patriots to come to its defense. The state bar says Eastman tried to usurp the will of the American people in an egregious attack on democracy. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Video and audio evidence has been released by a court in San Francisco describing the moment former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband Paul was attacked in his home by a man holding a hammer. Paul Pelosi called 911 before the attack, alerting police that someone had broken into his home.
He has been telling me, he told me not to do anything.
Pelosi said David DePape was looking for his wife. Mr. DePape told him he was a friend, but Pelosi never met him. The release comes as news agencies sought to gain access to the evidence prosecutors played in court last month. The state court judge ruled Wednesday there was no reason to keep the video used as peeing in water bottles in the office building. The lawsuit in August said one woman put a hidden camera in her office after noticing a foul taste and smell to the building's water bottles. The video allegedly shows the janitor rubbing his penis on a water bottle on a desk before continuing to clean the office. Documents say the woman showed the video to the building's management, and they assured her that they'd take care of it, but the company didn't tell other tenants about the janitor's actions until October. The KFI financial report, the Dow is closing up 2018 as the S&P 500 up 10, NASDAQ up 109. And the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.53. Southland weather in KFI sunny. High mid-50s to around 70 for Metro LA. Mid-50s to low 70s in Valley. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Around 70 in inland Orange County. 68 in inland Empire. Right now 63 in Seal Beach. 69 Buena Park. 66 in Gore Hills. And 67 in Terminal. We're going to the 10 in Ontario.
On the west end, right-hand lane also sealed off for southbound work between Woodward Avenue and Euclid Avenue until 2 p.m. These two projects causing delays on the west end between 4th Street and Mountain Avenue. Good news out of the city of Orange, 55 northbound at Catala Avenue crashed at Saturday across lanes of the roadway. All that stuff has been. And there are no serious delays on the 55 north from Costa Mesa up to the 91 in Anaheim Hills. Staying in Orange County, Beach Boulevard, both directions, shut down for Caltrans repairs between Highland Avenue and Edinger. The sun doesn't go around that closure. Out at Washington Boulevard, an action cleared out of the right-hand lane. And off the freeway, south 405 is slow from Burbank Boulevard to Getty Center Drive, and then it's off and on flowing from Santa Monica Boulevard to the 710. They are finding the side. Let's get to there faster. I'm Mike Moore.
Hi, Kelly Kay with iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. The Oscar race is officially on. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once features 11 nominations, including a history-making nod for Michelle Yeoh. She's the first leading Best Actress nominee in Academy Award history. All Flight on the Western Front received 9 nods, as did The Banshees of Inisherin. In the actor category, the momentum continued for Elvis star Austin Butler, The Whale's Brendan Fraser, and Cars is Frank Peck. A few surprises though. Rock star Anna de Armas entered the Best Actress race. And The Hollywood Reporter says a last-minute word-of-mouth campaign led Andrea Riseborough to her first Oscar nod for the film Directly. Black Panther Wakanda Forever star Angela Bassett becomes the first artist to receive an acting nod for a Marvel Maverick, and Avatar The Way of Water are both up for Best Picture. It's still anyone's game. Academy members have until March 7th to cast their vote. Oscars will be handed out March 12th. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
Polls keep showing a very tight race between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. This could be the biggest political battle ever for Republicans, and now Newsmax wants to know what you think. They're conducting a poll asking if President Trump should continue his run for president again, or as DeSantis said, vote in the Newsmax poll on Donald Trump. Yes, that's the word turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. Let your voice be heard. Lean to Newsmax. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. If your cable system doesn't carry them, call them. Diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or organ stool. It turns out I had UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, and all prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats UTI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase the chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always refuse. Do not take capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes.
Treatment. Ask the doctor about Creon for UTI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Well, there's a lot of good stuff there, a lot of juicy stuff. Well, we're going to get right into a big story. We thought this was going to come out yesterday, but it got postponed. So today, the courts here in California have dumped the surveillance and body cam video from the October 28th show. Apparently the media went to court to try to get this released to the public, and that decision was made. We're going to go now to Alex Stone, ABC News, to KFI, who's covering the story. Alex, how are you? Hey there, guys. Doing well. Yeah, we were part of this lawsuit. The media sued a number of networks and newspapers in the Bay Area saying, look, this was played in court. We deserve to get our hands on it, and the DA fought it. The Pelosi family fought it. And someone was surprised this week, and then there was all kinds of, well, now how are we going to get it from the court? And finally today we got it. So it is the 911 call, surveillance video of them breaking in, police body-worn camera footage, and the interview, 17 minutes, that the DAP did with police afterwards, and there's a lot in here. So it begins with a surveillance video of David DePape working really hard to break the glass on the back door. He later would say that he thought it was bulletproof glass, something else, but he had to hammer away at this for quite a while, made a lot of noise. That's why he was surprised that Paul Pelosi was asleep after all the banging that he did. So worked on it for a long time. Back in the glass, goes inside, said he walked around quite a bit, went upstairs, found Paul Pelosi asleep in bed, and then the 911 call and begins with this.
San Francisco Police and the forest with
What is this?
Is this San Francisco Police? Do you need help?
So he sounds really confused. Yeah, his team has indicated he was trying not to make a big deal out of who he was talking to and how to be in code. He says over and over again, there's a guy in the house, don't know who he is, been here for a while, repeatedly says, he's looking for my wife, she's not home right now, and he goes on to say, oh, what are you doing? Here to please my wife to come back. Nancy Pelosi. He's just waiting for her to come back. She's not going to be here for a day, so I just left the wait. So you remember the reporting that Pelosi had said, I have a friend in the house. He didn't say it. It was David DePape who said it when the dispatcher kept saying, who is it? And DePape said, I'm a friend of theirs. I have a question. Yeah, I know people who are prominent, and the police are aware of their addresses. And if
did not know. They did not know, and by all indicators in the body cam, they had no idea. And he says over and over again, I'm Paul Pelosi, my wife is Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi didn't ring a bell for the 911 operator. It didn't sound like it in that moment. I heard a longer clip earlier today, and I was astonished about how slow-witted the 911 operator was. But at the same time, he's been called a hero for knowing that something will hit. Now listen to this.
No, this gentleman just came into the house. I didn't want to wait there for my wife to come home. And so, anyway,
Do you know who the person is?
no, I don't know who it is. He has been from the son. He's going not to do anything.
What is your address, sir?
Yeah, so then he decides that something isn't right here. You know, here's a guy saying, there's a guy in my house waiting for my wife, telling me not to do anything. So he says, well, something's wrong. Sends the unit to check. The police body cam then comes in play here where officers are not racing at all. They're walking, just kind of normally up their front steps to get in their home. The front door is right on the street. Their garage is right on the street, no fence around it. They walk up talking about other things, talking about another officer, it sounded like, not wanting them to come on the call, and then they knock on the door. And they stand around and they wait for a while. The door opens. There's the pap standing there in a hoodie and shorts, sneakers on, belly hanging out on the bottom, holding a hammer. And Pelosi has his right hand on the hammer. Police shine their flashlight on him and go, hey guys, what's going on? How you doing? What's going on, man? Is everything good? That was the pap saying that. The pap and Pelosi, I would argue, was nervous or confused. Someone said calm standing there, so that's up for debate. Police, they see that they're holding onto a hammer, and then the attack goes down. Drop the hammer. Hey, what's going on? Pelosi goes down, hit hard by the hammer. It seemed like they were just beyond the door when he was actually hit. He's making snoring noises on the ground, not a good sign, a sign that he was badly hurt then. They wrestle the path, the struggle goes on there. Everybody ever sent back up to so you hear a little snoring there at the end, but to fast forward, he's under arrest. Then it goes to the interview with the police sergeant, San Francisco PD, and the Pap lays it all out. He says that it was hard to break that back window, saying he was there for Nancy Pelosi because she and Hillary Clinton are the top liars in Washington, that he wanted to hold her hostage, thought she was home. We were shocked that Paul Pelosi was in bed alone and that he had to wake him up, that he wasn't already awake, and kind of hard to hear, but he lays it out like this.
I was hold hostage and
if she lied, I was going to break her kneecaps. He said he wanted to the family by breaking in and trying to get Nancy Pelosi. So he pleaded not guilty, but at least the police on the recording, no alarms. No alarms went off. And we've been told that quite often when Paul Pelosi was there alone, that, just like if you were in your home, you may not set it when you're home, but he wasn't setting it when he was there. Wow. There's a lot of weird events all coming together. There's a lot there. You just look at the video, it does look a little weird. He doesn't panic when the door opens and police are there. He's just kind of standing there. He is in his underwear. Yeah. He's holding onto a cup with ice in it that goes all over the place. Maybe he get the ice. And the cops didn't start in right away. They stood still. They didn't know what was going on. Police said they didn't know. They got this weird call. It was only to check the welfare of this address. They didn't know where they were. Door opens, there's two guys standing there, one in his underwear, and they go, hey, what's going on? They notice the hammer, and then it goes down. And the Capitol Police had surveillance, but they weren't looking at it. They weren't looking at it. Yeah, so the surveillance video is Capitol Police surveillance video. That is what was going live to the command center in Washington, D.C., but because people were on down, they weren't looking. Yeah, there's another guy snoring in that office, too. Yeah. All right, thank you very much, Alex. You got to take that along with the Capitol Police video and, of course, the 911 call that Paul Pelosi made. The San Francisco police after the break-in at the Pelosi home and sent Paul Pelosi into unconsciousness, and you hear him snoring. When we come back, we'll play what we have the entire,
3-minute 911 call from Paul Pelosi as he continues to examine this pretty weird story. This cancer's money is also coming up next with the keyword iHeartRadio. Never Mark Live, the 24-hour cast on Israel.
The City Council wants its administrative office to identify funding for more winter shelter space, saying the city has less than half the number of shelters this year that it had last year. Law enforcement agencies in Southern California are waiting for the release of a graphic video in Memphis, Tennessee, of 5 black police officers fatally beating a black man earlier this year. They will be monitoring any protests that might pop up later today. That video is scheduled to be released around 6 o'clock tonight in Memphis time, which is about 4 o'clock our time. A special mass will be celebrated in Monterey Park tonight in honor of those killed in last weekend's mass shooting. The mass is scheduled for 6 p.m. at St. Stephen Martyr Catholic Church, and it will include the reading of a condolence message sent by the Pope this week. We're going to go to the 170 next.
If you ever get hurt in an accident, you might be smashed in a car, you're flying off your motorcycle, a truck, the dog mauls you, you need to call a firm that's been helping $8 million this last year alone for their injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate bills to those in need. Having said only needs your cost. And the increase may not allow you to go to work or even take part in your normal everyday activities. So if this happens to you, call 3 days. Speak to someone who cares. You have nothing to lose, and you'll get the compassion you need, the help with the medical treatment, and the money and justice you deserve. You wouldn't want to talk to someone who doesn't care, but don't call me. Yeah, so if you've been hurt in an accident, call Steve James, awarded best attorneys in America, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, and stevejames.com.
We're going to a crash on the 170 in North Hollywood.
On the Connecticut Road, right at the no-host cliff, the 170 southbound transition to the east 134, the right-hand lane of that transition road is blocked because of an accident. Now you're slow on the east 101 Ventura freeway because of this problem from the 405 to the no-host cliff. West on side of the 101, bumper to bumper from Van Elm to the 134 eastbound, an earlier accident cleared off this transition road. E50 right at Atlantic, it's a crash in the middle lane. AFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Yeah. Visit YouCanFeed.org or call 833-422-4255. That's the medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Money again. Now, you're going to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bang. That's bang. B-A-N-K. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/app. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney, just Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. What did you say the keyword was? Did you tell me that? Because I would not. All right, well, whatever that word is, that's what you answered. What's the on the list every day? Last 2 days, somebody's been giving me the list. Oh, man, everybody's slacking off, you know. And I mean, while he was reading the word, I was busy telling Eric that I don't have a list. Okay, funny. Yeah, no, I was reading a story. Sorry, you're ready for the next thing to talk about. Deborah, did you hear the word?
No, but I think Eric's bringing it into you.
It was bang. Bang, okay. Enter the word bang. The KFIA640.com/app. Do not ask. I like the way you were very careful to make sure you repeated the word. That's very nice. Yes, all right. Yeah, people like that apparently. I didn't do my job. Because they're not paying attention either. We're not paying attention. They're not paying attention at home. If there's $1,000 here, I know, because I can't win it. So, you know, yeah, right. No good for us, you know. So if you answer the keyword if you win, you will get an email notifying you that you've done the spam folder. With the KFI, there's a win keyword every weekday from the 6 a.m. hour with Handle to the 6 p.m. hour with Conway, and you can win again with that 2 questions. All right, so they released the body cam video from San Francisco police, the Capitol Police surveillance video of the home from Washington, D.C., and, of course, the 911 call made by Paul Pelosi when he got attacked last October at the Pelosi house in San Francisco. Well, one thing we know from the surveillance video is that the case did break into the house. Okay, let's drop that one from Trump. Okay, he got smashed from the inside out.
And has a hammer he smashes his way there. Well, enough of that one. Here's theory number one. I understand because she's really the most hated female politician in the world from perspective, and that people would try to make this into a story that's probably not. And plus it's sports to them. People do this on purpose. Oh yeah, just to agitate it. And play with. Right. If they know there's a big audience out there for this, and everybody can play along and spend it more, and eventually the news media has to react. And we have to debunk the fallacy where it's spread on social media. It's like, well, let's just continue the game. So this large, lumbering man shows up at the home, and you can see him on the surveillance footage outside the home. He's a big fat guy with a short and like a hoodie sweatshirt on. And I guess he pulled a hammer from his pants, but he pulled it from his clothing. And he got the bag too, but yeah, in the police interview, he remarked that he couldn't believe Paul Pelosi didn't wake up when he snatched his way in. That could be, he may have had a little wine to help him. If it's 2:30 a.m., normally you're in a deep sleep. Right. Of course, he does eventually have to be roused by the tape. He manages to make a 911 call. Here is about 3 minutes of that 911 call. San Francisco Police, San Francisco Police, do you need help? Yeah, there's we're the gentleman here is just waiting for my wife to come back. We have to close it. He's just waiting for her to come back. She's not going to be here for a day, so I just left to wait. I don't think so. I don't think so. Stop it there for a moment. John's right. It's 2 in the morning for her, too. She doesn't then shoot the fact. Because she hesitates to go, well, what are you here for? Kind of like, I don't want, what are you calling me? Because there's somebody hanging around your house. What am I supposed to do? So who are the Pelosi? Yeah, no, with everybody that's in the San Francisco, yeah, he's one of those famous people in San Francisco, and the 911 operators should know that. Some people pay no attention to politics, John, especially with all of the violence that is going on around everywhere. With Joe Montana, you'd be like, oh my God. Thank you, Paul. Let's continue. Here's the Capitol Police around. No, this is take my wife. They usually get at the house. Protect my wife. No, this is San Francisco Police. I understand. Okay, well, I'm listening. That's the case. He thinks everything's good. I've got a problem, but he thinks everything's good. Yes, it is. Okay. I'll expect you to be your mic. This gentleman is in the house and wants to wait there for my wife to come home. And so, anyway,
Do you know who the person is?
no, I don't know who it is. He has been on me. Stop it. By now, the operator should have got me. There's a guy who came here at 2 in the morning and he's waiting for my wife. He won't be home today, and he's not going to leave. I guess he'll just wait here. But why do you need that? He mentions the Capitol Police to give her another hint. This is a big deal. Capitol Police. You maybe think it's Sacramento Capitol? I have no idea. You're in the stress. Don't call San Francisco 911 because you end up playing some kind of weird game. I mean, they're pretty probably just get a lot of calls about homeless people getting attacked or attacking people. Probably not something like this. And another thing is, the pack is standing there, and he knows that Paul Pelosi's on the phone, probably with some kind of law enforcement. So why is he letting Paul Pelosi talk as much as he would talk? Well, I think by the time he called Pelosi to call, it already connected. I think Pelosi took him to the bathroom where he had his phone or something like that. But he didn't grab the phone away and hang it up. Well, then, I think he thought maybe that would get the police here in seconds. Let's just play out and maybe they'll go away because this woman was kind of backing away, wasn't she? Yeah, she said, call us later. He does say I'm a friend, but Pelosi didn't agree with that. But let's see what else he did. And he's telling me not to do anything. What is your address, sir? What is your name? My name is Paul Pelosi.
this film says that she thinks that we ought to, he told me to put the phone down and to do what he says. Okay?
Okay, who was the gentleman today?
I'm going to stop. Okay? I'm David. You can have your name, David.
Okay, who is David?
I don't know. Why? Okay. He says he's a friend, but as I said, I don't know.
You don't know who he is?
No, ma'am. Lady, get going. Okay, now I think you call me. Tell me I'm being very lazy, so I gotta stop talking to you, okay? Yeah,
okay, you sure I can stay on the phone with you just to make sure everything's okay?
Before you want to down the speakerphone again. And that's when she realized the guy that I said somebody over there second. Wow, that's a wonderful water pulling team. Because I guess you could take the coat and the hammer with you. I was mad. Yeah, promotion therapy. I don't know how long it took for them to get to the home, but by that point they're standing near the doorway. The cops open the door. There they are, both with their hands on the hammer. And that's the other audio we played from the police. We body cam video where they front over the hammer and then Pelosi gets banged. They didn't exactly burst into the place, and they saw them holding the hammer, and all the cops could do was, hey, what's going on? Well, you can tell from the 911 operator that this guy probably was, please don't check a questionable circumstance at a home. I mean, don't you think it was probably not an urgent call for them to go there? But this woman sounded confused, didn't she? Yeah, but she got an abundance of caution. I know, but aren't you trained to be a little more alert? Yeah, a little more sensitive, alert, understand that, there's probably women who are calling in all the time talking softly, trying to say, my boyfriend or my husband or somebody from and they're trying to raise me because they could be right there next to you. Right, they kill them. They tell them that's rude. Assuming somebody, so the other women, I get a lot of weird high calls. And drunk people and weird people that just think it's cool to call 911 and say stupid things and mysterious things for the live three-story apartment building in LA's Westlake District. Police left the building yesterday because of an aggressive man in one unit. LAPD captain Aaron Ponce, his officers tried to de-escalate the situation. He came out onto the balcony in between the two apartments. Began throwing things at the officers. It's my understanding he also lit some clothing or some type of object and threw those at the officers. It took more than 100 firefighters just under an hour to put it out. The man suspected of starting the fire was taken into custody. Several families selected out a place to live. The news is brought to you by the County Dental Implant Center. Somebody in SoCal tried to rip a wrapper off. Great Tillman, LA was burglarized. Coxville TMZ, the rapper security reported seeing a man leaving the home carrying something last night. Someone walking down a street nearby. The man was arrested and reportedly was carrying an item belonging to Drake. The rapper was not home at the time of the break-in. The 20 the report published Wednesday analyzes 173 mass attacks in 37 states and D.C. 96% of these attackers were male. And what I can say, they weren't just male, they were mainly young men. Former Department of Homeland Security official John Cohen says a lot of the attacks inspired and were motivated by personal, workplace, or domestic businesses. The family of the black man violently arrested during a traffic stop in Memphis, Tennessee is speaking out before the release of the arrest video later today. Tyree Nichols died 2 days after his arrest earlier this month. We have a precedent that has been set here in Memphis, and we intend to hold this blueprint for all Americans from this day forward. Attorney Ben Trump says Nichols' family intends to create a IU law that will emphasize the importance of police officers' duty to intervene when they see crime being committed, even by fellow police officers. The former officers involved in the arrest were charged yesterday with second-degree murder. All 5 are also black. We are heading to the 91 next. Ever getting wake up? I'm right. You still can't see. Everything's clear. And you can't make out what's on your phone, your alarm clock, television, nothing. And you're always rolling over on your glasses, bending them, smudging them, contact searching the internet. If you would call Dr. Mega right now, life would change. Dramatically, for the better. Dr. Mega at Satellite Eye Center can use laser light LASIK exam. We've got a laser, measures your eyes over 1,000 times. to get the perfect blueprint of your vision. You go through the procedure, and 20 minutes later, you have 20/20 vision or better in most cases. The procedure is pain-free. You walk out of there, it doesn't hurt at all, and suddenly you're feeling crystal clear. So be one of the first 14 callers now, Satellite Eye Center. Call Dr. Mayer, get a free laser light LASIK exam. Schedule it. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Southland weather from KFI sunny high, mid-60s to around 70 for Metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s in the valleys, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, around 70 in inland Orange County, around 68 in the Inland Empire. Finally, 66 in Laguna Woods and
That's working on the East 91 in the left carpooling right now from La Sierra Avenue to Tyler. So the 91 East first is closing Anaheim Hills from Lakeview to Green River Road. And then, because of the south lanes, are full again on the East 91 from Maine to Tyler. Good news at the North Hollywood Freeway split 170 southbound Connector Road to the East 134 and actually cleared out of lanes and off this Connector Road. West 60 at Hockey and the Boulevard is a crash. Line up the two right-hand lanes and you're back up to Nogales. AFI in the south will help get you there faster. I'm Mike Mullins.
what a strong, lean body, but sweet fat diet and cardio workouts. If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without being injured, the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. Results guaranteed. Call 800-882-2169 for a free, no-hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout.
You feel like you're riding an economic roller coaster? All the whiplash is likely to wreak havoc on your investment portfolio. Maybe even derailing your future plans. It's unpredictable, uncertain, and unsettling. It's time to regain your footing with a second opinion from Edelman Financial Aid. We're Barry's #1 rated independent financial advisory firm 5 years running. And you can be confident you're getting integrated wealth management advice, including tax planning, estate planning, insurance, and more from an experienced and trusted investment advisory firm. Take advantage of a complimentary wealth checkup with a planner who's an advisory firm in the industry. Visit Edelman Financial Aid at efewealthplanners.com. That's efewealthplanners.com. Barron Trading Oregon, September 2018 to 2022. Compensation paid for distribution of rates. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. Yeah, 102-8886. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com.
Live everywhere.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. More in the Time Sold Out from San Post, KFI, and 240 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI City and St. Louis, 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination. Coronado Resort, breathtakingly situated on 102 acres atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula. Endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners stay in an Ocean View suite. To play around at golf for two with the link. Have dinner at Catalina's Kitchen. You can unwind at Catalina's award-winning spa and wellness center. You can lounge by one of the 4 Ocean View pools or dine at their 8 distinctive on-site restaurants. Go to Carolina.com, learn more at CERRANEA. This is KFI on Instagram. And enter to win a stay at this luxury resort that's right here at home and feels like a million miles away. All right, well, the South is where a lot of focus is today. We're talking about in Georgia or in Atlanta. There have been some horrible protests to good old Antifa people that have gone on for some time now. In fact, the governor of that is one of their activists at the hands of police when there was a confrontation. Also, of course, in Tennessee, be looking at these stories later on in the show. So coming up after 2 o'clock, we're going to have a guest who was once part of Antifa, but decided to leave. He's telling you from an inside perspective what he thinks the group is really about. He's like, John may be right. Maybe him and chaos. Well, we can see that, right? I understand. They spent 6 months burning down Portland. I got the idea. Well, he said he joined because he wanted to fight back against practice that he was not in Antifa, but he learned that that's not what we're seeing. So we'll talk to him at 2:05. There's a streak in certain humans that enjoy chaos. I certainly cannot understand this to George the Free Speech, especially when they would pull the tablecloth out from the rich person's chair. We'll have the pie fight. Right, rich people. Right, there was always a lot of fun. That's why everybody watches football on Sunday. Chaos. They look for the violence. Oh, they're looking for the violence. Yeah. I don't watch the people of the game. You get excited and something, and you do have a big hit, right? After a wide receiver gets wiped out by, you kind of go, whoa, but I don't know if you get a little upset when he started. I cringe a little bit. It's like, I like to see a good play, a good catch. I don't necessarily like to see a good hit. Well, it's a good one. A lot of men out there that enjoy it. We told you a couple of weeks ago that your natural gas bill is going to be a stunner. Even the utilities were wanting that. California, of course, seeing a real spike. Just like the answer, it's the usual about supply and all this stuff. So the California Public Utilities Commission is considering some help. You'll enjoy this. They've been giving something out for a few years now called the California Climate Credit. Don't ask me to explain it. There's something different to deal with the money on the carbon tax. The carbon credit trade. They tax companies who produce the carbon dioxide into the air. And somehow, if you use enough natural gas, you'll get some of that money sent to you. Or you got from your bill. So all they might do is speed up the climate credit on your bill. It normally comes in April. Well, this is no big deal then. And speaking creditors in April and October, but instead they might give it to you sooner so the bill is a little lower. And then they can put their fingers crossed and hope that the gas bill will start coming down. Right, but this is a discount you were already going to get, and they're just moving it up a few months. Yes, because they think right now is the bad spike, and you need it more now than you will in April if things get better. So it's public relations. There's no real substance to it. Oh, what do you know? Natural gas bills have soared 2 to 3 more times what they were a year ago. Wow. Well, we don't produce enough natural gas in the state because the Newsom administration and the legislature has a claim on natural gas production. That's why. Don't kid yourself. John is right. This is exactly what it is. They want to get rid of gasoline for your cost, and they also want to get rid of natural gas. So this is all part of the plan. You mentioned the supply and demand problem. It's because we artificially suppress the supply in California. We have a monstrous amount of natural gas underground, and the Newsom administration will not let any energy company exploit it. So we have a shortage. It's a big shortage. It's an artificial shortage. And then Newsom's crowd tries to make themselves look good. Hey, look at this greenhouse gas credit we're giving you. Well, you wrote that anyway. It's not one extra dollar that you would have gotten in April. It's just everything. The 300% increase in residential natural gas costs for January 2023 compared with a year ago. Yeah, and also, and I have not read enough of this story just came across. And it looks like that the world's largest oil and gas companies are reporting record annual profits. ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, Shell, and Total Energies are going to report a combined profit of $190 billion in 2022. Well, that's just for your call, yeah. Yeah, I know, but there's something up there. That's record profit because they keep saying, well, it's the worldwide increase in gas and oil prices. Okay, but shouldn't that move in line then? I mean, shouldn't you be making a similar profit? You're charging more, but the cost is more. Yes, you would think so. But if they have less supply, but that's always been their complaint, then you have because of limited supply, but you bought the supply, whatever the price was, wasn't necessarily as high. You could make a better profit. That's all I could think of. Into that story today. That's what ExxonMobil's response is. It's the result of the supply demand imbalance. Yeah. So, I just don't know if that's going to fly with most people. Probably not. It's going to give a lot of ammunition to the anti-energy crash. And I don't know if you saw this, but they're already about set to raise gas prices again because of the summer blend. It's coming around. Summer blend? Yeah, they're starting in February, I think, with starting to turn out the summer blend, the California Special Summer Blend, which always raises gas prices. I know, I heard that they're there. I'm like, already? I guess it's in the spring. Well, February's getting towards the spring. Well, it's next month or something. So, well, we're getting screwed from all ends here. There's a story today. Gas prices are rising throughout the country. They're actually already again for the first time in a while. What was it? Yeah, the average gasoline price is $3.48 per gallon. That's nationwide, so don't. Up from a month prior. Prices rose about 12 cents from a $3.36 average price, which we're no different. So our gas price is much higher than that, but we're in that same direction. All right, we got more coming up. You're listening to the Johnny Penn Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. And Jeffrey Mark live in the 24-hour KFI Newsroom.
One person has been hurt in an explosion at USC. The explosion happened inside a science building yesterday afternoon. The average price of a gallon of regular gas in LA County has gone up for the ninth time in 10 days, increasing by half a cent to $4.56. In Orange County, the average price is up for the 10th consecutive day, increasing by a penny to $4.50. Consumer spending has dropped for the second month in a row. The Commerce Department's personal spending fell by 0.2% in December. After adjusting for inflation, spending fell 0.3%. We're heading over to the 60s next.
Polls keep showing a very tight race between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. This could be the biggest political battle ever for Republicans. Newsmax wants to know what you think. They're conducting a poll. They're asking if President Trump should continually run for president again, or is DeSantis done? Vote in the Newsmax poll on Donald Trump. Text the word TURN to 39747. TURN to 39747. Let your voice be heard, including the Newsmax. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. If your cable system doesn't carry it, call them and request it. So be sure to vote in the Newsmax poll on whether Trump should run again. TURN to 39747. That's TURN to 39747. Then make the switch to Newsmax. Real news for real people.
From the Southern California Toyota dealer Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to a class on the 60 in Hacienda Heights.
On the westbound side of the 60, right at Hacienda Boulevard, it's an accident. The two right-hand lanes taken away when you're back up to Brea Canyon Road. The eastbound side of the 60 is not any better. That's full from the 7th into Rosemary Boulevard. Then you're jammed up again from the 2th Avenue to the 57. And then through the Inland Empire, the east gets even more away from the 71 to Mountain Avenue. You're also slow on the Hollywood Freeway heading to downtown LA from the 101 southbound. That's the 101 southbound, rather. You're slow from Hollywood Boulevard to the East LA Interstate. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morning.
Chelsea do it gets you your biggest tax refund guaranteed. Plus a chance to double your refund or win weekly prizes with their double your refund sweepstakes. File your taxes on the double. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Owns 1423.
This report is sponsored by YouDoTheBig.com. If you want to sell your ride, I'm good now. All you got to do is go to GetMeTheBiz.com, put in your license plate number, put in the miles, attach a couple of pictures, go get a ride. Hi, Tim Carlo here of Carlo Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. With over 200 Silverados, Suburbans, Tahoes, and affordable electric Bold EVs in stock, we're offering great deals at CarloChevrolet.com. Find new roads at Carlo Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. Steer clear of westbound 91. The weekend closure will occur between I-15 and Lincoln, Friday, January 27th at 10 p.m. to Monday, January 30th at 5 a.m. Avoid the area by using the 50, 71, or 57. Heavy traffic delays are expected. Visit rctc.org for 91 closure details. I don't need a squealer, man. That greater amount of tranquility around us now. Wait, what? Tranquility. What does that mean? Calm. Okay. Yeah. You don't want that, don't you? I recognize that term when you said that.
second.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
If you say put $10 on tranquility in the first, you just really talk about it.
Now live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Cordell and Tim Campo, KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
They're on from 1 to 4, so if you're listening to the live show, go to the app and pick up the podcast. To go to KFIAM640.com. It's all in place. The March Bride will be here in the 3 o'clock hour, 3:20 and 3:50. And yes, we're assembling the mob members to throw a hat in the dumpster after the meeting at 3:30. What was it like to be part of the guest? So we did just that. We left the group, if you want to call it a group. Our first question is how organized is it? I never been able to figure that out. Social media classes. I think it's organized enough to destroy a city. So let's get together and break windows tonight, okay? I'm just giving you a thumbs up for life. So he'll be on with us after the meeting. I'm looking forward to this. Oh, another great one from the Wokesters at the Associated Press. They put out a tweet yesterday afternoon, and here's what it reads. Guys, from the Issue Style book. Oh, yeah, that's got a lot of laughs in it. We recommend avoiding general and often dehumanizing, in quote, the label, such as the poor, the mentally ill, the French, the disabled, the college educated. Instead, the wording, such as people with mental illness, is to use descriptions only when clearly relevant. What does that mean? Well, they don't like to use the in front of the description. We talked about this before, like homeless, right? That's why they now say people experiencing homeless or people are homeless. Well, the blowback came quickly because of one description in there which was weird to people, the French. They immediately complained, and you stuck us between the mentally ill and the disabled. I noticed that. Well, there was a theme there. Hours later, this tweet, the use of the French in this tweet by AP was inappropriate and caused unintended offense. An updated tweet is upcoming. I hope the news department ignore this stuff. I really do. I don't think they do. What is it? I think why is it still the leader to set the tone as to how things are worded? What is the reverence they have? These associated presses aren't made of like high priests. They're not the papacy. I mean, what? They are one of the longest running respected news organizations. Well, they're losing it. They're losing their mind. Yeah, they are. You can't call the mentally ill. You can't call the homeless. No, that's supposed to say people experiencing mental illness. No, it used to be, it's supposed to be directed specifically by saying people. No, it used to be in news writing, you used an economy of words. For clarity, you use as few words as possible to get the point across. That's the mark of good news writing. You're not supposed to be all wordy and flowery. You're not writing. You synthesize. No, you don't. That's what they think it does. They think that up. Just because they say so doesn't mean it happens. If someone's mentally ill, it's because they're mentally ill. They're not experiencing mental illness. They're mentally ill. Because they're homeless. They're experiencing homelessness. They actually are homeless. And this is not phrases that normal people use. If you were to take this literally, then what would you have to say? People who are French? People experiencing Frenchness. Right. Oh, I think that's what the embassy put out a joke on the line on we're experiencing Frenchness. These are just woke jerks. They are. Oh, they are. They're just woke jerks. They're actually taken serious. Oh, this is what they put out there. We named themselves the Embassy of Frenchness. That was the joke they put out after this. They are now, this crowd was past parody. It's like that Stanford story we did a few weeks ago. Which they withdrew. Because now everybody's laughing. A normal human. And that's why the news department should reflect how the viewers and listeners and readers talk and communicate. Not take some stone tablet from an Associated Press style book who's woke out of their mind. And now a story we did talk about, I think, some time ago, but it has resulted in a lawsuit. This was down in Texas. And apparently there was a janitor on the loose who was nice in a workplace in Texas.
like to get tricky with the water bottles that were left on people's desks. I guess some people keep their desks, the water bottle on their desk overnight when they go home because they didn't finish the drink. They never do that. 13 women tested positive for incurable sexually transmitted diseases because apparently this sedative by the name of Louis, virus type 1, and chlamydia at the time of his arrest. That's 2 for 1. Regarding your water bottle list?
Well, you trying to tell me that there's somebody in your building that would do something like that? Leaving any water bottle here.
Do you remember the guy that was stealing the water bottle of his coworker? We talked about that story. Yes, I think that's what this guy did too. They found pee in the water bottle, and they also found chlamydia and herpes simplex. What he would do is, they were bringing in their own water bottles, and they didn't finish drinking the liquid before they left to work. They eat the bottles on their desk. So you want to personal water bottles also started having this odd smell. Okay, so here's the official explanation from the attorney. We have video, 50 cameras were placed in this study. The video clearly showed the nighttime janitor approach the desk as if to clean, set the cleaning rack and cleaning bottle on the desk, unzip the tank, pull out a cleaner, grab the water bottle sitting on the desk, unscrew the cap, and began to insert it into the water bottle, turning it upwards to ensure the water in the bottle touched the lid, and then rub it on the edge of the bottle. We then put the cap on the bottle, set it back where he found it, just like a bag, grab the cleaning bottle and rag, and continue to clean the desk. He said he's done this before as part of his daily cleaning ritual, according to the attorney. His attorney said that? Well, the attorneys that are filing the lawsuit on behalf of the women. Oh, I was going to say, I thought his attorney said this, and that's how he cleans the office. Oh, God! Wow. They're suing the workplace for not catching this guy, or he's been charged with aggravated assault, following using a deadly weapon. Well, the 30 units. It says here he is being sued. They're seeking more than $1 million. It names the janitor, his employers, the building owners, and the building property manager. Well, that's what the money is. I don't think the janitor. Did they complain that nobody did anything, or is it they say that they should have monitored the situation better? And I don't know. Yeah, how do you hold them responsible? They found urine and other bodily fluids. Oh, so I mean, he just left the whole pack there.
You wonder why I don't touch anything. I always use a paper towel. You never know what people do.
I think my water bottle was zipped up before I got there.
That's a good plan.
Apparently it took 6 days to notify the rest of the tenants in the building that this might be an issue. That's what they're claiming in this lawsuit. And before the notification went out, he did it again. You think when you get that memo, you tell everybody right away? Like, just quit. You wait 6 days. When they return, we'll be talking to a former Antifa protester. Going to tell us why he got out, and maybe exactly what those people do, how they organize, all of that coming up after the news. John at 10 KFI and 640 live everywhere, the iHeart Radio app. Kevin Mark live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom. Stimulating talk for independent thought.
KFI.
KOST-HD2.
Los Angeles, all time.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Analyzing the shooter, I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A forensic psychologist in LA. Says the mass shooter in Monterey Park has some things in common with the man who killed 7 in Northern California. Dr. Tony believes that both men were loners, had no social circles, and had some sort of grudge.
Age is not a protective factor or a risk factor in most cases. It depends on the person's support system, prior functioning, and recent leadership.
The Monterey Park shooter was divorced, lived alone for years, and had medical issues. Police that even the most subtle changes in a person's behavior can be a red flag, because unfortunately people do not even see the signs of someone in distress until it's too late. The LA County Health Department says masks for COVID-19 are now a personal choice.
That's because the count slipped down to the low transmission level as defined by the CDC.
As we remain in the low community level, masking for many people in indoor sites is now based on individual preference.
Health Director Barbara Ferrer says the only exceptions are those places where the owners require a mask or or in a medical setting like a doctor's office or hospital. By the way, today marks the third anniversary of the first COVID case in LA County. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The FDA has removed emergency use authorization for a COVID-19 antibody drug. It says the drug is meant to prevent COVID in people's weakened immune system, but it does not work against the latest Omicron subvariant. The FDA had always limited Evucel's use earlier this month for the same reason. Evucel was first authorized in 2021. A landlord group says LA County's relief fund for small property owners is charged them enough to cover their losses.
The relief fund is for $45 million. The Apartment Association of Greater LA, Daniel Ukelfe, says at least $1 billion is owed to landlords in LA County. The county severely costed some small crimes that, really not going to go a very long way. The County Board of Supervisors voted to create the fund earlier this week. The board also extended eviction protection for tenants until March 31st. Like trolling KFI.
Former Vice President Pence, who can take full responsibility for the classified documents found at his home in Indiana, he spoke at Florida International University, said the documents did not exist in his residence and that mistakes were made. Pence's lawyers announced the discovery of the classified documents earlier this week and turned them over to the FBI. Rihanna is bringing her Savage X Fenty Lingerie line to a pop-up shop in LA's Fairfax district. The shop will be selling the brand's exclusive Game Day collection ahead of her performance at the 57th Super Bowl in Arizona next month. Clothing for sale includes hoodies, beanies, football-themed boxers, and sweatsuits. The pop-up opens today at 4 o'clock. On the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.53. Southland weather from KFI sunny tomorrow with highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid 60s in the valleys, mid 50s for around 60 in the Antelope Valley, around 64 for Inland Orange County, 61 to 65 in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 71 in Tustin, 63 in Laguna Beach, 65 in Fontana, and 70 in Van Nuys. We're going to a stall on the 134 by Griffith Park.
On the eastbound side of the 134 freeway, westbound side of the 134, you're passing by the studios from Buena Vista to the North Hollywood freeway split. 60 westbound at Osceola Boulevard, crash just cleared out of the two right-hand lanes, west 64 going from Fairway Drive, and the 55 northbound is slow rising to 73 to Dyer Road. AFI in the sky, hook visitor, fast to say, selecting ViralRabbi to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships. Because ViralRabbi's advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. ViralRabbi is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com. The letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure in 4 easy to remember steps. It starts with a monitor. Be nuts to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is ours. Visit managerbp.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and opioid.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on from 1 until 4 every day, so you're late. However, you can make up your... Everybody in their seats is 104. That's right. You can make up your currency by listening to the podcast after 4 o'clock on the iHeartRadio app. It's called Johnny 10 on Demand. Now you're here now. There's plenty of good things to come. And, of course, next hour will bring us to you of the video and some of the audio from the 911 call made from the Pelosi home when Paul Pelosi was attacked last October by a wacko guy that broke his leg. Story including being a FIFA activist and FIFA standing for anti-fascist that showed up at church in Atlanta, Georgia. And one of them was shot to death in a confrontation with police, and that has resulted in a lot of chaos down there. We understand the governor on what's going on there. So, Antifa movement is actually wrote a book, Behind the Black Mask, My Time as an Antifa Activist. Gabrielle Nadal is on with us. Gabrielle, welcome. Thank you for having me on. It's good to have you on here. I find it fascinating, and I very much want to read your book. Let's start, because we do have limited time. What was your road to becoming sympathetic to joining Antifa? So the best way to really understand Antifa is to make sure that you distinguish it from the original one. The original one comes from the 1940s, and then kind of died out after World War II, with the exception of anarchist groups here and there. And the parallel of the Antifa movement in the UK started being formed. And they did quite a few different things. They would tour around with punk bands, music groups, to go beat up Nazis and skinheads, right? But in the 1990s, the WTO protest happened, and there began to be a solidarity among anarchists and left-wing and radical black groups. And the WTO protest, that was the World Trade Organization. That was up in Seattle, was early in 1999. Right. That is correct. And then from there, there seems to be the solidarity. And in 2007, the first anti-racist action chapter changed its name to Road to Antifa, which is the one in Portland. That's been active, continuously active since 2007. And then a lot of these anti-racist action chapters change themselves to Antifa, calling themselves Antifa, or variations of that name. And in 2011, when I first joined, I loved punk music. So I knew a lot about the history about Antifa, the WTO protest, all of that. So I wanted to get involved. I was already an activist. I just showed up to a protest where I thought Antifa was going to be. I dressed in all black, and lo and behold, it recruited me into the group. So what were some of your first actions with the group? So the first time I ever put on the black mask, I knew absolutely no one. I knew that they were going to be asking me and not be there, so I figured Antifa was going to show up. That's the first time I ever did anything, but it was really just not much. Were you actually fearful of Nazis spreading across America, or you were more interested in fighting something? That there was a lot of things, and was actually going to be in March in my community, or like 2-3 cities from where I live. I decided to show up. And, from then on, they invited me to a lot of different things all throughout Southern California, whether it be animal rights protests, anarchist book fairs, or the Occupy protests in general. That they were very big at this time. I put on the black mask several different times. What did you engage in any violent acts of any kind, or? So I'm looking that, I put on the black mask and I tried to break down the door at a courthouse. There's actually video of this, and I put it around on YouTube. You can't totally see, obviously, because I'm wearing all black and all that, but I remember the police came, and there was a horse-mounted police officer, on horse mount, and he started dispersing us, and I was trying to run away. That's kind of more the versus, I think it is. Months and months doing this. What did you think you were accomplishing? It's about what we believe is that it's all about incremental value. It's about showing up or putting our face out there and making it seem that, we're actually doing something. It's all about getting more and more people, and hopefully we make some sort of action. But it's a little bit more vague, or we look more towards like your overall arching goals. And some of the goals are to get rid of American democracy, for example. Populism, typically, that's the most common answer you'll get. There's some anti-people groups that are more communism. What is it? What word is it? What form of it's a political theory that basically believes in anarchism. So there are no leaders, no police officers, none of that stuff. But you have typically small businesses that are working at the very local level, and they're not owned by one person. They're typically owned by every single employee, and it's together. So at its core, it's dismantling our American capitalist system that most of us accept. And one of the reasons that is because when you talk to an Antifa activist, you would think that Antifa means just fighting Nazis, fighting the KKK, but ever since the 1990s, the WTO protest, it's encompassed a lot more of that. They believe that in order to fight racism, well, you have to dismantle capitalism. In order to fight racism and traffic, you also have to fight against corporations destroying the earth. And seems like too they want to destroy police organizations. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, when the whole defund the police movement came along a few years ago, a couple years ago, it was an Antifa activist who was put in the New Yorker. The New Yorker asked him, okay, well, why are you trying to get rid of the police? And he said incrementalism, communism. So the feelings of most of the public, which likes American capitalism, likes their life, likes having police protecting them, all that doesn't matter. That most of the public has no interest in what you're saying. Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, I love what you just said. You know, we just received, we put out a survey, a polling survey at All America, and we found out that 76% of Americans support the police. When people, they don't care. They have a big megaphone and they're willing to use it. And one of the issues that often happens in political and they try to dictate American policy when they're not even that big. Why does, in your opinion, the media amplify all of it? All the crazy issues, it's pounded into everyone's head all day by the media that these are important things and we have to change and these are the proper opinions to have. When did the media join? And why? There's a few different reasons for this. One way is because controversy sells paper. If they are able to show this controversial issue, even though a minority of people believe, all of a sudden they're getting a lot of papers being sold. People are tuning in. But another reason why is because some of these radicals have in fact infiltrated some of these media institutions. I mean, let's just look at CNN, for example. For the last 6 or what is it now? It's 2015, 8 years now. Anyways, when people really became entered like the public domain and like it became kind of mainstream, you had a lot of people apologizing for Antifa. You had Mark Gray who wrote the book Antifa, back at the coverage that CNN is pushing out now. They don't even mention Antifa. I haven't yet to find an article about Atlanta, Georgia, and the street of Antifa. All of this is happening right now where they mention Antifa. The only time that they mention Antifa is whenever it is to try to dismiss conspiracy theories. People infiltrated the media and CNN that are sympathetic to Antifa that they'll go along with not putting the organization in a bad light. Yeah, I'm not necessarily that they're members or they just don't want, they see them as very aligned with their causes. Maybe they may not like the tactics, they may seem like it's a little icky, but at least they have their heart in the right place. They're fighting the right fight or the right opponent. You know, so let's not go through that. Despite the fact that it's very open that they're organizing your fight. Can you hold on? We're talking to Gabriel Nadal, the book behind the black mask, like time as an activist. Yes, he did wear the black mask. He did engage in protests as part of the group, you want to call it, and he's anti-fascist. Where you have the chance, Johnny, capitalist money, right? $1,000 is high price of Stevens, but it's great America. Johnny Kim, KFIA, and 640 Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. 7 Mark Live, the 24-hour KFIA.
The 3 days later, Los Angeles homeless count has wrapped up. The results will not be known for a while. Amazon will start charging fees to online shoppers for grocery orders of at least less than $100, $150 that is. Chipotle says it plans to hire 15,000 people in North America. Taco Bell is looking to hire more than 25,000 people, and Starbucks posted more than 10,000 listings. The National Restaurant Association says the industry is competing for the same workers. From the Southern California Toyota dealer's shopping center like Still Places, we're going to a crash on this home in Montclair.
Is on the east side of the Grand Hill Boulevard, and actually just cleared from the center divided area, but the East 10 slow going, leaving East LA from hidden terrorist drive down to Azusa Avenue, and in and around the accident scene as well, again from the 57 to the 15. East side Santa Monica Freeway is not any better. In fact, it's a pretty tough ride. You're slow from Cloverfield to Alameda. You can eastbound your stop and go from Howard Street down to Carnelian. 57 northbound for going between Lambert Road and the 60. AFI in the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
This report is sponsored by Norm Reed's Honda Superstore. Start the new year with a new ride from Norm Reed's Honda Superstore. With 5 convenient locations and more than 1,000 new Honda models. There's a destination to upgrade in 2023. Test drive today or shop online at normreeds.com. American Vision windows. At my house, when it rains, the water actually stays on the outside now because we replaced our worst windows with American Vision windows. They use some matrix technology to prevent dust, mold, coarse moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in our homes. The owners don't have to. They started American Vision windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. Get the value you deserve. Through January, there's zero interest and zero payments for 12 months, plus free installation. CSLB number 778-326. Trust the window company that I trust, my family and friends trust. American Vision Windows. Call today. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com.
One because everyone hates cold, soggy fries, so they change theirs to serve them up hot and crispy, guaranteed, using only natural cut peanut fries prepared to golden goodness and perfectly single with yourself, guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and they'll replace them. At participating U.S. Wendy's, is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the number one audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Hi, Tim Collins here at College Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. With over 200 Silverados, Suburban, Tahoes, and affordable electric Volt EVs in stock, we're offering great deals at CollegeChevrolet.com. Find new roads at College Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous rounds. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at Awakening.com.
It's a new year, so let's get off to a fresh start. At Stater Brothers Market, we know a thing or two about fresh. In our produce section, we make it easy to pick up healthy choices like fresh-cut fruits and veggies, and our organic selections are growing every single day. Make a filling and nutritious meal. Stop by our full-service meat counter. We've got the best selection of lean protein, cut any way you like, and seasoned at no extra charge. Perfect for easy meal prep. Now, that's the fresh and healthy start. Stater Brothers Market. Fresh, affordable, community first. Why do we pay these people so much? Well, for a couple of reasons. We know all the big words. For example, quid pro quo. We use the word stop instead of stop. So we use Latin. There's a lot of that also because we've gone to law school, and that's 3 years, and the bar is really hard to pass. And I think the bottom line is we do it because we can. Handle on the law tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. Got a case on KFI, there's more money now for you. Now, you're supposed to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Pay, that's pay, P-A-Y. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you've ever been accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Pay. Enter the word pay. KFIAM640.com/cash. If you win, you'll be notified by email. Check the Justice Spam folder. You can win every day winning keywords starting at 6 a.m. in that hour with Handle all the way to the 6 p.m. hour with Conway. That's transferring with us at 3:20 here on KFI. We continue with Gabriel Nadal. He's got a book. They're behind the black mask. My time as an Antifa activist. He was the member. If you want to call it a member, that's something I want to ask about when we get back on the air here. Now, I've always been curious, how organized is the party of Antifa? You guys have meetings, you have leaders, you communicate on social media. How do you know what the mistakes to go to? How does all this work? I never understood this.
I mean, it varies a lot where you're from, and just so your listeners like know, I'm actually from the area. I'm from Azusa, California, that's in the San Diego Valley. So my book talks about what it is we're doing in Los Angeles and Hollywood, all of those different things. So the best way to understand Antifa is to not see it as an organization, but as a movement. And within this movement, you have several different radical left-wing groups. Some of them call themselves Antifa, but a lot of them don't. Some of them will call the 161 crew, for example. That's what they call themselves in San Francisco. But the 161 crew little collective, and we try to link up with some of the anarchist groups in Los Angeles as well as like Claremont and some of the groups that we're doing. Some of the anarchist Black Cross, for example, they'll have more official meetings, they'll have the meetups and all that. But most of the time, you have very unofficial ways of recruiting. And modernly, you actually they use a lot of social media. They put out a call to action on social media, and those are wait for people to answer. I think that all of a sudden people from all around the country they want to join in that action. So it's both very decentralized in the way that they work, but at the same time, at the working level, they are much more organized like a traditional organization.
I also understand that you go to college campuses to talk about, what you saw as part of Antifa and what your life is like now, or completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to over 100 different college campuses. The last campus I spoke at was at Northern Arizona. I went to wear the black mask, what I see, how I believe we can combat it at Antifa, as well as how one of them of the
Out of several profiles, you notice a certain kind of person showing up over and over again.
well, it's actually a lot more diverse than people realize. There's people who come from nicer families, people who are immigrants, such as myself. I had a friend who came from a very dysfunctional family, and
Educated families. What did you feel of this for them since they had been born more privileged than most?
well, there's a lot of reasons for why they do it. One reason could be because they see themselves having a duty to give back to the community. I know it's twisted that breaking windows is somehow giving back to your community, but they see themselves in a way trying to save what they have, and maybe they don't deserve it. Maybe they want to make sure that everybody else has that same freedom that they do. But again, like their vision for America is typically one of anarcho-syndicalism and anarchism, and
Yeah,
you know, like,
nobody's going to understand it, right? I mean, it's going to just what made you leave the organization?
sure. I mean, I remember I began to learn about Milton Friedman, Thomas Sowell, two great economists. And I remember just finding them very interesting at the time, but I didn't agree with them. So I went and talked about their ideas with my friends. Well, once I talked to my friends about it, well, they just called me a capitalist pig, and they would begin to ostracize me every time I brought up issues that always asked me, what is it that changed? What flipped me? I never saw it as a flip. The way I saw my evolution, ideological evolution, was just that. It was an evolution. It's a slow transition. It's in fact nowadays I just can't even believe I was part of the anti-fascist movement. It was just a part of my life.
Are there many others like you, or are you an anomaly?
Do I personally know and who grew up with me and lived that? No. There is this thing says that what is it called? It's called Black Bloc Anarchist. And have an amazing book. He has a very similar experience with me as mine. As like he sent me very disillusioned with people who didn't really want to discuss the problems. They just kind of wanted to attack people who disagree with them.
All right, thank you very much for coming on the show. Again, the book is Behind the Black Mask. My time as an Antifa activist, Gabriel Nadal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right,
They say officials used stun gun on the man, but it did work, and shot him in the torso. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Comedian Jay Leno was recovering from two cracked kneecap bars threats to defy him over the advice he gave former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Former Chapman University professor John Eastman says his advice was patriotic duty because the election was clearly illegal.
we are facing an authoritarian or totalitarian mentality where citizens are not allowed to voice their criticism of government, where their views are censored through an unholy alliance between a social media oligopoly and the government itself.
The state bar accusation pushed bogus claims of election fraud to Trump and to many protesters who then went and stormed the Capitol. The bar says the Eastman knew or was grossly negligent in not knowing that there was no reasonably believable evidence of election fraud. The FDA has set guidelines that would get rid of the current 3-month abstinence requirement for blood donations from gay and bisexual men. Under the new rules, potential donors would be screened with a questionnaire evaluating the risks for HIV based on sexual behavior and other things.
Today's draft recommendations provide an opportunity to expand donor eligibility while still upholding these responsibilities and minimizing the risk of transmitting infectious diseases.
FDA Dr. Peter Marks says any individual who has ever had a positive test for HIV or who takes taking any medication to treat HIV infection would continue to be preferred permanently. We're going to go to the 101 next.
The S&P was 20% last year, and this year's outlook is bleak. And the majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023. Well, you hear this advice time and time again. It's good. It's important to diversify your portfolio, or else you risk taking massive loss. Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation, stock market volatility. Legacy Precious Metals is a company that we trust. Yeah, with Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA or have metals shipped directly to your door. So visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. That's right, buylegacygold.com, or you can give Legacy Precious Metals a call. The number is 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Don't leave your retirement in cash. Call Legacy Precious Metals today. Download your free investor's guide. buylegacygold.com. buylegacygold.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, low 50s to mid 60s in the valley. Mid 50s to around 60 in the Antelope Valley, around 64 for Inland Orange County, 61 to 65 in the Inland Empire. Right now, 66 in San Juan Capistrano and 67 in Stanton. We're going to a crash on the 101 in Encino.
On the west side of the 101 Ventura Freeway, right at Wido, it's a crash on the right shoulder. West 101, slow going from Laurel Canyon to Wido. Eastbound side, traffic heaviest from Van Nuys Boulevard to the North Hollywood Freeway quick. Onto the new Hall Pass, 5 north on Legacy 14. A vehicle broke down in the west lane of the truck route here. And the 5 north, first you have flowing from the East LA interchange to Stadium Way. And then approaching the new Hall Pass, you're slow again on the 5 north from the 405 up to the 14. AFI in the side, and it'll get you there faster. I'm Mike Holmes. Salem Appliances and more at the truckload event at Lowe's. Get an additional 10% off all in-store clearance appliances and take home what you buy same day. Shop the truckload event today. It's season supply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. 2 roads downtown for details. Route 1528. Hey, over the East Shop. Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBC. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. You teach and teach these values at Rooter Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hero business card. You can also reach us at rooterhero.com. Thank you. Radio and world, your music radio and podcast. Yeah, it's a former Antifa guy. This is, it's just joining us. This is something you want to listen to on the podcast. As soon as we're done with the show. Gabriel Nadal was our guest. Yes. Yeah, and he wrote a book Behind the Black Mask, like China's an Antifa activist, which he did for about a year. And what's fascinating is because I feel like we've all been held hostage by a combination of anarchists and woke activists and whatever. Oh yeah, a few people burned some buildings and broke the windows, but still, for the most part, they're out there for the right cause. Right, but what they have is a new generation of journalists. These journalists are not really journalists. What they are propagandists, but they happen to work for recognized news organizations. And so people get fooled because they see the CNN Mike flag and they assume they're getting print news like CNN used to be 20 years ago. When actually, it's a lot of these, if they're not outright members, they're very sympathetic. They think, okay, that's my team, that's my horse. I'm not going to do a story that puts them in a bad light and hurts the cause. So I think that's very much what happens. So that's what we're looking at, and it's the same thing with these woke activists, and that's why they constantly give us new language that we're supposedly forced to use. Like that 18 story we did before, where we said the child book, right? We can't call people the homeless or mentally ill, it's people experiencing this or that. It's like, well, then obviously, some type of activist who's got a responsible position to the Associated Press, but that's not a journalist, that's a propagandist, and now he's in charge of language
in order to re-indoctrinate people on the proper way to think and speak. And it's happening so slowly, drip by drip, that people don't realize the level of indoctrination that's going on now in the media. You get a sense of it, but it's hard to believe that they really have infiltrated. They have the jobs. They're on the payroll. And they're trying to reshape how we think and how we talk. All right, now we're going to pause on the John and Ken show for a sad moment of silence, Deborah Marsh.
Why? What happened?
P-81 is dead. We have lost another mountain lion. P-81 was killed by a vehicle on January 22nd. The story just came out on the Pacific Coast Highway near Los Pontos Road. And according to the story, the 34th mountain lion to die on an area highway. And they're concerned because obviously the numbers are shrinking. Of course, the whole thing. What is that P-22 event at the Creek Theater? That's coming up, I think, next month, right?
Yeah.
The memorial service for P-22. What did that do to the guy's car? He had a pink tail shaped like the letter L at the end, and he only had one distinctive testicle. And they're saying this, that they're inbreeding and that's causing the mountains. The freeway divide the mountains, right? Yes. So the 405 keeps the lions that live on the western side apart from those who live on the eastern side. Oh, I see. Which is, they don't mix genetically, and the same thing on the 101. Which is why there's I think that also splits east and west as the road turns to the north, next door. And they're building that wildlife overpass to go from one side to the other. They're going to do it in the property. Somebody drove in and then kept going. Somebody drove over the real busted up. Yeah, it's a 4-year-old mountain lion inside the hole.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I told you we're going to have a moment of
Silence.
I'm just looking. How many? What's the mountain lion? I Park Service says they can 10 to 15 to 12 mountain lions in that amount of town. One is the 34, and of that number, 13 were colored. The radio color is what they call it. 13, yes. Now on to the real world of the homeless. We talked before about how LA Metro with the subways has had a problem. Well, they don't really care that people are complaining. That when they get to the end of the line, such as in Long Beach, the train that comes from downtown Los Angeles to Long Beach, the residents get off and just start wandering the street. Basically what you have is sort of a rolling mentally ill asylum of homeless people. Metro is not going to change their policy of emptying the train with the passengers at night, but apparently what they want to do is put in service hubs at 13 rail line endpoints to hopefully deal with wandering the street. The story goes on to say that some of the workers, they self-contained because they go on to clean the train. Passengers aren't normal people as they take the train, and who wants to work under those conditions? I mean, it's so obvious. I cannot imagine one of the Metro board and the CEO is Stephanie Wiggins. She must be a piece of work. You just ban all these homeless people from the train. Period. You never let them in. You don't have the money. You don't get a rock. Yeah. Have somebody go on the train, you try to check and see if somebody has paid the fare, and if they didn't, they're off at the next stop. Because they're not being used for transportation. They're being, no, it's a shelter. It's a rolling shelter. It's a shelter. So you don't have any obligation to let people on just to live there. I don't understand why they're so timid about this. If the passengers who would use it for transportation, or any less, aren't going to. In other places are having problems, and I think we talked to a resident one time in Arizona. There's a gold line ends there, and then we have the western terminus of the E line forming the Expo line in Santa Monica. And the Azusa mayor says, my residents tell me there have been dozens of homeless. The residents say they're forced to camp right there at the promenade. Yeah. Same story over and over again. 39 on average, 39 riders exit the train every night in downtown Los Angeles. Oh, listen to this. They might copy the idea. Philadelphia has the hub of hope
At the end of the train line, they built a place with showers, case managers, and comfort. Yes, Metro says funding is going to be an issue. Really? Oh, you know what I heard? I think Paul Courier, right? It's the president of the council now, isn't it? Oh, I heard him on the radio this morning. He said, well, if you're going to have no money for their service up, it's Metro has billions of dollars. They want to make writing the suburbs homeless, and they're not paying anyway. There's as much money at stake there. Ridership is very low among normal people, and the homeless aren't paying, and they don't enforce people who don't pay fares, whether you're homeless or not. Listen to this. They have this 39 homeless riders. They just had Long Beach train. Oh my goodness. This is the anarchy. This is the anarchic breakdown of Los Angeles here. It's not just outside groups creating mayhem. It's the inside bureaucracy. It's people like Stephanie Wiggins, incapable, unwilling to do what's obvious and throw these people off the trains and keep them off. Watch them. Spend the money, get the security, and ban them. I mean, no one is going to question that strategy. They got more coming up. Johnny Pinto and KFI AM 640 live everywhere the iHeartRadio and General Mark Live, the 24-hour KFI News.
PLA City Council is voting to allow the LAPD to use $500,000 to pay for resurgence marketing. 7 Israelis have been killed and 3 others have been hurt in a shooting near a synagogue in East Jerusalem. Hamas has taken responsibility. Another shell from Russian forces has killed at least 10 people in Ukraine and hurt 20 others. Southland weather returns in Bond. We're going for 405 in Sherman Oaks.
What's that plan to 405? It's Valley Boulevard. It's over on the right hand shoulder.
It's reported sponsored by MGM Rewards. Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption. Limitations applicable to certain purchases in important states.
Polls keep showing a very tight race between Donald Trump and Rogers. They're conducting a public benefit study. Both in a new poll on Donald Trump. That's the word turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. Again. That's turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. And make the switch to measure a clean energy future. This is not the stuff of myth and legend. This, my friend, is the stuff of smart initiatives and even smarter appliances. Of rebates on everything from new and used TVs to energy efficient thermostats. It's the stuff of everyday Southern California. Because thanks to a long list of programs and incentives from Southern California Edison, we all have the power to create a clean energy future. Visit SCE.com/clean energy to learn more. Hey, Steve Sharp, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunlux.com, sunlux.com. EFLB 1000374. I never write reviews, but the life is so amazing I had to leave one. Nothing ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how Navage works. That's a review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navage. I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navage, moving it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Navage has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring has gone way down. Your bedroom's gone, unquote. Navage is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, breathe deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Rich DeMiro here, host of Rich on Tech. Hackers have found a new way to target you by sending you to a malicious website that tries to steal your information. Virus scanners may not catch it. So be extra careful of any email asking you to sign a document, especially Johnny Kingston, Doug Kogal from KCSO KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yes, so it's fun. I got the come like seconds before you're about to speak. Something cracks you up.
Sometimes I'm reading this stuff, during the commercial break.
So I'm aware of that. Yeah. Sometimes you wait for the music prop. You say, oh, yeah, that's right. We're doing something here. I got to come back on and say something.
I just read something that's incredibly intense. It's also very fun.
It's fun, yeah. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, we'll take a look at the Paul Pelosi case. They have released video and audio from the attack on Paul Pelosi last October at their Pelosi home in San Francisco. This, of course, David the is the attacker's name, and same story still, but a few things got cleared up. We'll play the 911 call and talk about it. That'll be followed by the Morse Line, part 1. The Morse Line, part 2 is at the end of the show, in between. We will toss somebody into the dumpster. The big national story today also concerns the body cam police video. This, of course, is from Memphis, Tennessee, where a couple of weeks ago, a black motorist was stopped by the police agent, and he died several days later in the hospital. His name is Tyree Nichols. And they're telling us that this was a ferocious shooting by the 5 police officers involved. They were immediately removed from the force and then charged with murder. So it appears that they've taken care of the legal aspects of this case rather quickly. But their lawyer is only complaining that they're also charged with kidnapping. It's kind of an odd. They were charged with second-degree murder, but they also face kidnapping charges, which is described as the unlawful confinement of a person while restrained. The lawyer said if it was a legal definition to begin with, it simply becomes illegal at a certain point and was unlawful detention.
Well, this is supposed to be worse than the Rodney King, according to insiders who've seen the
Well, he died, so I would imagine so. And you know what I thought of was Tony Thomas. That's what I thought of when I saw this, that Tony Thomas, of course, is going back to 2011. When the homeless man in Orange County who was beaten by several Fullerton police officers, and he died sometime later in the hospital.
And the police chief in Memphis says we're going to see acts in the body cam video that defy humanity.
Yeah, they're really, I don't know whether or not they're doing that just to get people prepared, or whether they won't be so bad when they see it because they're hearing all this. They're thinking it's going to be so horrendous. It's going to be released at 7 o'clock Memphis time. Yeah, 4 o'clock. Actually, 6 o'clock Memphis time, so they're in the central time zone.
Why would you release the video when it's already dark? Because if there is going to be rioting,
well, I did hear one official say it's because it's late on a Friday, we think it'll get as much coverage or as much reaction to this. So they have an idea of something bad news, John, later on Friday night. Does that work anymore with the 24-hour internet?
that's all I heard.
Cable channels? People are going to see this all over social media.
And that's where everybody is all the time.
Now, the victim is black and the 5 cops are black. So the race is kind of off the table. But I think where this is headed is just the anti-police bureau that's out there. Well, maybe race doesn't matter anymore. People are just tired of the police.
Or we're going to see how much of the rise 2 years ago was about police, or how much was it to, scream white supremacy.
Oh, there was no Floyd movement?
And the George Floyd movement. There was a lot of that. And was that the bigger issue than the police?
Now,
Depends on the group, we'll see. But that's not what I think George Floyd was just remember they put the knee on the neck. So this was a slow, torturous death.
I think this one is just a ferocious beating.
Yeah. And I heard I think it was one of the attorneys talking today, that these guys have been known to beat up a lot of people. That has
this particular officer is just the Memphis.
Well, they're part of a group like Scorpion Unit.
Oh, like the police gang?
I don't know if it's a police gang or it's a special unit.
Oh, the special unit that is
with certain kinds of crime.
Supposedly he was reckless driving.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure that's true.
I know. Well, that's the thing is right now you're going to get news that's false. There's going to be a lot of false news flying around. It's just the nature of these stories. So we're going to have to wait until official reports come out from court.
Yeah, but I've yet to read anything that in any way defends these officers. So I don't know if it's going to be after 4 o'clock, but I'm not reading a lot that's called that.
timing, apparently according to his family. So, I don't know what, I guess all five, well, we'll find out with the video. Just without warning people that this is going to be horrendous. And of course, there is they're really on watch in Memphis and really the whole state of Tennessee, hoping that to protest the people, as usual, whatever comes out of it. He's later on life support for 3 days. 4 of them were bailed, 4 of the cops have bailed out. Yes, they have, right? Yeah. Listeners, Indians arrived at the scene to each vehicle and there's certain police officers who were very violent, probably easily could have been criminals, and they bonded together as some kind of gang. They certainly had that in L.A. in the police departments, and it's always going to happen. Yeah, the lawyer for the Nichols family says that they acted together as a pack of wolves with harm. You and I have seen this at the station in the past. Sometimes the cops are just so relentless, right? Yeah. And they're like, this guy, you could have died driving these roads, and just like, get to them, they just can't help themselves. They just start swamping them. Guys, you have to be lose control. You got enough adrenaline pumping in you if you get in a life-threatening situation you perceive as life-threatening. Yeah, you're gonna unleash all this adrenaline, all this fury. You're just chemicals that are flooding your brain and triggering a violent reaction. Some are saying that, unlike other cases, they did actually listen here. They got the body cam, and I'm talking about talking shots. Didn't hear about it until the arrests were announced. I heard about it before the arrests were announced. I think when he died, I heard about it, but it was not a big story. Yeah, big. I think this happened, what day was it? 2 weeks ago? I think 5, 6 days ago. I don't know. Oh, the actual video. Yeah. All right. When we come back, we'll talk about the Paul Pelosi getting hit with the hammer. It's January 7th. So, well, what that was a couple weeks ago. January 7th, he died on the 10th. Now, just seriously, how did it go this long? 20 days before becoming a major story. I think because the body cam video, wow, this is indefensible. I guess. All right, we'll talk about the release body cam video, Capitol Police surveillance video, 911 call audio, Paul Pelosi being attacked. Johnny can pay by 640 live everywhere. The iHeart Radio app. Every March live, the 24-hour KFI Newsroom. I'm untangling the mess until it makes sense.
KFI.
KOST,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Fitting the profile with other mass shooters.
Dr. Tony Bellini said the red flags were there, because most all mass shooters are loners, detached from society and have no social support, lived alone and had no friends. It was characterized that Tran was a lonely, bitter, unhealthy man. Bellini said, sadly, people don't realize they've been seeing the red flags.
Run is outlined one of many being tracked by National Park Service researchers. Researchers say 9 mountain lions have been killed by vehicles since last March. Santa Monica Mountain National Recreation Area says the mountain lions were hit on Sunday. The LA City Council is considering freeing up money in LAPD's budget to be used.
A police department with a full number of officers, and we have a lot of folks who are retiring and they need to be replaced by new recruits. LAPD Chief Moore says black people seem to be interested in becoming cops. He said in August the department was down about 176 officers with around 9,300 employees. Like Stroll and Fuller, I knew.
A group representing the $45 million will go fast.
Now, the land code throughout the state of California is several billions of dollars.
Landlords can get up to $30,000 per unit. The board also extended the eviction moratorium until the end of March. Nicholson says hundreds of landlords have sold their buildings because of financial challenges. Britney Spears is speaking out about the Ventura County Sheriff's Department doing a wellness check at her home. Her fans called deputies to check on her when she deleted her Instagram entries. Deputies say they found nothing wrong when they showed up. Singer says she felt gaslit and bullied, and she hopes her fans can respect her privacy moving forward. Her fans relied on her social media company disbarred for advising former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election.
The state bar complaint that John Eastman pushed bogus election fraud claims to Trump and to many protesters in D.C. who then stormed the Capitol. Here's the government is defying what is true. How dare you question? That's the message. John Eastman says his representation is protected by patriots
Eastern Party expressed the will of the American people in an egregious attack on democracy. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Video and audio evidence has been released by a court in San Francisco describing the moment former Housekeeper Nancy Pelosi's husband Paul was attacked in his home by a man holding a hammer. Paul Pelosi called 911 before the attack, alerting police that someone broke into his home. Do you know who the person is?
No, I don't know who he is. He has your he told me not to do anything.
Pelosi said David attacked. He was looking for his wife, and she told him he was his friend, but Pelosi never met him. So the leak comes as news agencies sought to gain access to the evidence prosecutors played in court last month. A state court judge ruled Wednesday there was no reason to keep the video secret. We're heading over to the 134 next.
Every morning it's a challenge, right? You wake up and you just can't see. Your eyes are blurry. It's born that way, or it's developed over time. Nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, reading glasses, and is there a way to make it perfect again? Is there a way to get 20/20 vision? You go to Dr. Charles Mander at Settle the Eye Center, which is what I did. I had terrible vision when I was a kid. Went right through adulthood. And then I discovered Dr. Mander. He starts with a laser light LASIK scan, which measures your eyes 1,000 times over. You get the perfect map of your vision, a portrait. And you go from the exam to the procedure. That's 20 minutes. There's no pain. It doesn't hurt. You use the laser, it corrects your vision, you walk out of there crystal clear. 20/20 or better in most cases. So be one of the first 14 callers now. First 14 will get a free laser light LASIK exam. Schedule it. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
The KFI financial report, the Dow closed up 29, S&P 500 up 10, NASDAQ up 109, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.53. Southland weather from KFI sunny tomorrow with highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, low 50s to mid 60s in the valleys, mid 50s to around 60 in the Antelope Valley, 64 in inland Orange County, 61 to 65 in the Inland Empire. Right now, 64 in Dana Point, it's 70 in Anaheim, 67 in Diamond Bar, and the same in Simi Valley. We're going to a crash on the 134 in Glendale. This one's really from Long Beach. Sounds like it's not on Fernando Road. Now, it kind of looks like it cleared everything out of lane, so can try to back up with delays out of Urban from Park Avenue. So if you see that lanes are still blocked, you can always give us an update. Pound 250 keywords AFI traffic beyond the scene of the bus. The drive lane flow continuing all the way to Glendale Avenue. We've got Bill Coltiger looking at Long Beach, KFI on the side.
North outside of the 710 needs to get crazy slow as you get away from the port area there. But you pass the 405 a little bit better as you get away on up to Dallas and Belgrade. We had earlier crash 105 eastbound at Crenshaw. Looks like the lanes are clear, but traffic taking its time to recover. Real cold traffic. KFI in the sky.
North Alaska, I'm Martinez.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell at the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our 30 California attorneys. 1455 Frazee Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
Hi, Tim Carlo here of Carlo Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. With over 200 Silverados, Suburbans, Tahoes, and affordable electric Ford EVs in stock, we're offering great deals at Carlo Chevrolet in stock.
And I have to be
Go down there and get 605 and 645 everywhere. What do you do? We're down in the last hour, but you can always catch up 1-4. I'm sorry, 1-4, yeah. You got one more up. You can always catch up using the iHeartRadio app, or you go to KFIA. Folks for you, we'll see what they want to rant about this week, coming up at about 3:20. That is right after we give you the last keyword on our show. You get a chance to win $1,000 in a KFI Cash Week Show contest. It was quite a jump today in terms of evidence concerning the case against David DePace. David DePace is the man accused of attacking Paul Pelosi at the Pelosi home in San Francisco last October. As you well know, he used a hammer to smash Pelosi in the head. And DePace is 42 and a big boy.
emergency surgery and affected skull following the attack. What also John came out apparently in the last couple of hours is the audio of the police interview he did with they did with the tape after the attack. Yeah. Do you feel like the Pelosi's have done something to you, they asked him? Why not this specifically? To the entire American people, honestly, they're bleeping lying. And then he went on to talk about how the Democrats, Pelosi, they spied on Trump. He did say, I was basically hold your hostage and talk to her. If she told the truth, I'd let her scot-free. If she bleeping lied, I was going to break her kneecap. I knew beyond a doubt she would bleeping lie. So, I mean, she's not guilty, but he wasn't going to call it down. Yeah, his answers were, we went dirty with the hammer. And you have them breaking into the house. Right. So what's just not thinking? Idiotic system. He ought to be put in prison now for the rest of his life. I get the feeling that sometimes if you plead guilty, right, like no contest, you could get the worst sentence. I don't know, and maybe you're trying to, I don't know, find something. No, it should be automatic. The police responding to the Pelosi home, the Capitol Police surveillance footage around the family home, the 911 call all Pelosi made to police, Capitol Police. They're the ones who did not guard the Capitol on January 6th. Remember? Not very well. They basically didn't show. The office was working just like nobody in the office was working on January 6th. This would have been like 5 a.m. Eastern time, and I guess they have all these monitors up there for the homes that they're surveilling, and I have no reason that that's true. This Capitol Police is a cookie job. Don't they should have something rigged, maybe an algorithm? You say if there's something different going on in the surveillance phone, an alarm goes off, you know what? That's what I don't understand. How come an alarm doesn't go off and then signals back at the main office in Washington, D.C.? There's speculation that Paul Pelosi did not turn on the home alarm, but there should be something else. I don't understand all parties of this. It just doesn't make sense. Let's start with the audio of the body cam footage when the police come to the door. Again, Paul Pelosi managed to call 911 and was very cryptic in his talking to the 911 operator. So the police get there. I don't think they believe that this is as serious a situation as it is. But of course, when the door opens, there they are. Paul Pelosi and David Tate, they both have their hands on hammers and then a struggling to until they go. Yeah. Yeah, really similar. Everybody ever sent back up to the Oh, I didn't hear that before. So they're working there with them there because there's a big store. That is a loud store. Sounds like a bear snoring. Now they're saying that Pelosi has, I see this now, they're saying Pelosi has one hand on the hammer and does he have a drink in his other hand? Oh, he does. Yeah, it's a cup. It's a glass cup. Oh, it's a glass cup. Okay. We don't know. Looks like clear liquid to me. Eric thinks it might just be water or vodka. I said clear liquid on purpose. Yeah. I mean, I'm seriously nuts. You're already going nuts over that. What's this? What's he doing if he's in such trouble with a drink in his hand? His left hand with his right hand was holding the hammer. Of course, his behavior is odd throughout. Yeah, well, I realize 2 in the morning, and he may have, he's the victim here, but it's just his reaction puzzling. We played the 911 operator before. It sounds like he goes into the bathroom and dials 911 and puts on speaker, and the patient is in the background. Let's listen. That was just the first time before he was challenging. Oh, I guess I told him to. What is it? Is this San Francisco police? Do you need help? He's just waiting for her to come back. He's on 30 after day, so I just brought the weight. Okay, do you need some fire and medical for me? I wanted to use it.
It's this part. Is the Capitol Police around?
No, this
They
is that
usually take my wife. They usually get us out. You said this to my wife.
No, this is that police.
I he thinks everything's good. I have got a problem. He thinks everything's good.
Okay, how fresh is it?
No. This gentleman's just in another hour. And wants to wait there for my wife to come home. And so, anyway, he told me to put the phone down.
Do you know who the person is?
No, I don't know who he is. He was resident when he told me. He told me not to. He told me not to do anything.
What is your address, sir?
Uh,
What is your name?
he told me to put the phone down and to do what he said.
You can stop it there. You get the idea. This is what I thought when I heard about this call last October, that when they knocked at the door and said, "Hey man, what's going on?" I think exactly. There was no emergency to it. It was probably just, maybe a quick wellness check on this address. It sounded weird. But when you saw the two guys who worked in the boxing store, it was like, right. The cases were sat down with a dummy hanging out. Police were confused. They didn't know what they were looking at. When we retire, first thing will be a keyword for a chance for $1,000. And then we'll unleash the Moist Line people. John and 10 KFIA 640 live everywhere the iHeartRadio. Get them up live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Law enforcement agencies in the black man earlier this month. They will be monitoring any protests that might be popping up later today. A special mass will be celebrated in Monterey Park tonight in honor of those killed in last weekend's mass shooting. The mass is scheduled for 6 p.m. at St. Stephen Martyr Catholic Church, and it will include the reading of Daniel has been re-elected as the longest-serving RNC chair since the Civil War. Southline weather from KFI sunny tomorrow, highs ranging from the low 50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by DisneyTheVin.com. We have a stall on 405 in West LA. Has been reported along the way. It is northbound. Sorry about that. North Carolina sunset. Just flashing back and forth. Don't ask me why the screen is doing that, but this is blocking the carpool lane. Delaney called us out, pound 250, keyword KFI traffic, and told us about this. Now, delays so far are backing up out of Culver City, leaving the 90. Beyond the scene of the stall, the driver remains so off.
Hop on the eastbound side of the 105. If you approach Crenshaw, we did have a lane block earlier. They're open now. It's a little bit slow getting away from the 405. But we just spotted a problem. A new problem between the Cerritos area. Northbound side of the 605. This is going to be right before the 91. Crashed in the two right lane traffic. Jammed up solid out of a wide guard. The fire department just got here. Real cold driver. KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I need to want to know.
Just a couple of pictures. Don't get them off there.
This report is sponsored by English Destination Nationwide. Dine, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Details at mgmrewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases and in certain states.
Polls keep showing a very tight race between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. This could be the biggest political battle ever for Republicans. And now Newsmax wants to know what you think. They're conducting a poll asking if President Trump should continue his run for president again, or if DeSantis says. Vote in the Newsmax poll on Donald 29747. If your voice be heard, please the Newsmax. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. If your cable system doesn't carry them, call them and demand it. And you could vote Newsmax poll on whether Trump should run again. That's turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. To make the switch to Newsmax, for real news for real people. Or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change the future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. Complicated, lots of red tape, so let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in the federal loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it can probably help you too. To qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. Find out if your business does qualify. Go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Get getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com. When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists enriched by spectacular sound, new colorful sound.
Mimosas are finally on the menu at IHOP. Oh yeah. You a mimosa girl?
The bottom of the mimosa, right? That's the bottom of part two, right?
Yeah, it's usually a champagne at that point, but what does it matter? Fork report with Neil Sedeva tomorrow afternoon at 2 on KFI AM 640.
North Stimulating Eye.
We've got another bag of money to give you. Now, your chance to win one item powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If you're ever in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney at Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Money. Money. KFI 530, but right now, we get 1-877. We're so excited to hear from you. You're right, exactly. What I mean, tell the truth is these liberal people, they talk. You know, I've had people tell me when they hear you in prison, oh, we was always talk. I want to try to see God bless God. Who in the hell wants to go to California? I'd rather go to Arkansas and go to that weirdo state out there in California.
You know that $700 we got back from the state to help us with gas costs? Guess what? You get a 1099 and get taxed. I don't even recycle plastic bottles. Go bottles in the trash. Milk jugs in the trash. Plastic cereal bags in the trash.
Brown cobalt is everything that we need to do for the future of this world.
I don't appreciate you protecting the people. You're defective. You're dead. And Lisa machine. So they squeezed them out. And now we gotta listen to all these corrupt and that's so
Together, there was complete peace. I love steak, but I also love vegetables. When cooked properly, grilled, roasted, or washed here. But I don't understand it. Just eat vegetables.
I'm so sick of this work.
But just got a notification in the mail about the upcoming law not to keep fantastic. But keep it idea. That young man, gun, and that knucklehead, the Monterey, remember shooting stopped up. You are zero, you need more 20-something like you. Good job, buddy.
Call your coins. There's just no battle. Listen to your battery. Come on, guys. It's coming down 25 times or so. They did nothing. Nothing says there's no well, it's all in there. We ain't hearing anything about going to nobody. Oh, yeah, we've done plenty. You have fun there. Something nice you have third charges. We're the cause for all the violence in California and let these violent people on the street. You know, we are so focused on the electric cars to the town. We also realize that they'll walk over to our place, our motorhomes, our TVs, our cars, our lawnmowers, our blowers, our generators.
That guy who took the old man down when that other people killed, he was also a hero for these vigilantes. And there's going to be more vigilantes if they don't start taking the stupid criminals off the street. Anything you can do, we can do better.
And I think you guys picking on the homeless is based on the rational fear of homelessness. I think you both play those over. The FBI found some more top secret
100,000 Erosion McGrain, a comic, blah, blah, blah.
The montage of crazy trains, brown, and climate change outdoors one of the best we've ever done. Especially Al Gore with an atomic nuclear bomb. Please play it again. Thank you for making your message. Please don't hang out. We really thought it was fun.
Yeah, and that makes me laugh. Just got the Al Gore ranch recently at that wealthy people convention in Switzerland. Peeling off, and so we combined it with an old Jerry. Yeah.
Well, we have somebody throwing the dumpster too that we talked about this week with the political hack. Johnny KFI AM 640 live everywhere the iHeartRadio app. Deborah Mark Live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The attorney for the family of the black man who was violently arrested in Memphis, Tennessee, says the former officers involved were part of a Scorpion unit, or a suspected unit. Tyree Nichols died 3 days after he was arrested for a traffic stop earlier this month.
Make no mistake, Tyree Nichols at all times was an innocent victim.
Nichols' family attorney Antonio Romanucci says the intent of the Scorpion unit has now been corrected. The former officers involved in the fatal arrest were charged yesterday with second-degree murder. All 5 are also black. The federal government will allow Medicaid to treat some people in state prisons, jails, or juvenile detention centers for the first time. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services said yesterday it will give inmates in California access to limited services, including substitute treatment, 90 days before being released. Until now, federal law prohibited Medicaid funds from being used for people in custody. Former Vice President Pence has taken full responsibility for the classified documents found at his home in Indiana.
My only hope is that the American people look at our conduct in this matter, that they see that we acted above politics to put the national interest first.
He says he has always sought to take great care in handling the nation's secrets. The National Archives asked former presidents and vice presidents yesterday to recheck their personal records. Israel and Gaza this week. Southland weather from KFI, sunny tomorrow, high near low 60s for Metro LA, low 50s, mid 60s in the valley, mid 50s to around 60 in the Antelope Valley, around 64 in inland Orange County, 61 to 65 in the Inland Empire. In the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic center, let's go place before to a crash on the 210 in Pasadena. Especially on the eastbound side of the hill, they just cleared it out of line. These delays are backing up away from just about mountain. Cerritos,
Which was reported as a non-injury crash, but the fire department doing a lot of work down there. There may be some injuries. So it is slow all the way out of Hawaiian Gardens on the north outside the 605.
From Peacock Street in Moreno Valley. KFI in the side helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
John's playing here with our friend by the Huntington Beach Pier when a coyote attacked a child out of nowhere. Wearing at the girl's face, leaving her deep lacerations, scars on her face, and now the mother is filing a suit against the state. Now, we know that dog owners can be held liable if their dogs attack someone, but it shouldn't be held liable for not getting the coyote capture them. They call them names, make them drink too much food. Well, why didn't you drag the county and the state or the coastal commission, right? Have another team. Yeah, why don't you drag them into this too, right? Because those don't have coyote abatement programs. They don't take public funds to reduce the coyote presence. So for the state county DPA is actually having a real program to get rid of the coyotes. Like, so if you have no program, you're not liable. So the coyote this one, it's them. You lift them up and start taking it. You see this video, Dave? By the way, they didn't even know the girl's attack. Oh, no, I haven't seen the video. Oh, no. If you ever heard any kind of accident, call CPA's accident attorneys. The number is 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 and at CPAs.com.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what inspires you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Do you need a simple, low-cost, and fast divorce? Well, if you and your spouse are in agreement on the terms, you can save time and money by not using an attorney. Legal Docs Find Me can help you right over the phone and get the process started in just 24 hours. No lawyers, save money. Call now to dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. That's pound 250 on your cell phone, keyword Legal Docs. Pound 250.
I was bullied so badly. I tried. Hello, I'm John Aquarian, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was named O'Donnell after my grandfather. But as a kid, I was teased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of O'Donnell. And it means the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me. So staying true to myself, delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Rooter Hero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866. Thank you.
PO 102-8886. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24 market. For official names and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, Terranea Resort. Breathtakingly situated on 102 acres atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play around the golf for two at the lake, and have dinner at Catalina Kitchen. You can unwind at Terranea's award-winning spa and wellness center, lounge by one of their 4 ocean view pools, or dine at their 8 distinctive on-site restaurants. Go to Terranea.com to learn more. Visit KFI everywhere. That's KFIAM640 on Instagram. Good luck from KFIAM640.
More stimulating talk.
Just to put the science a slightly different context, the existential threat of our time is overarching and affects the entire Earth and all living things, which is vast unknown. We have to have a sense of urgency much greater than we have yet. So I think it's time to panic. The troposphere is only 5 to 7 kilometers thick. That's what we're using as an open sewer. Climate pollutants, such as methane, landfills, and cow flies. That's what's boiling the ocean, creating these atmospheric rivers and the rain bonds and suffocating the droughts and melting the ice and raising the sea level. You know, when you know when to build the ark, most of the people laugh at it. Why are you building this damn ark? We gotta build our ark too. Like Southeast Asia's pollution. The accumulated amount is now trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima class atomic bombs exploding every single day on the Earth. It's not to be 100 for months on end. It can become unlivable. It is the end of the world as we know it. The truth will prevail. Billy Brad and outdoor players. Wow, those are 2 nervous breakdowns. You really think different intensity to both of them, of course, at that real guttural, what's happening? Billy Brad is just that kind of old man voice. Now, it's time for half of the dumpster on the Johnny and Ken show here on KFI. We're not throwing them in, but somebody who made the news this week, and I think we threw them in a year ago, when it was a clean place. So never even got the news. But this guy, this is really nutty, and I got a couple of good quotes from a couple of the tax people. This is not a tax million or above, virtually everybody. You gotta pay a tax. Which he said would generate an estimated $21.6 billion annually. Build a deficit hole this year. That's the deal. The difficulty with this is, when you're talking about net worth, it's all your properties, it's the stock, and you have valuable art, whatever your holdings are. It's your underwear, it's the stock, it's your toothbrush, it's everything you own. The California Taxpayers Association says 100% determine the tax on stock. The value will change dramatically from minute to minute. The California tax auditors travel around the globe. But as we know, they want to get to if you leave. And that the idea behind this bill is to make you register every year with the franchise tax bureau your net worth holdings. So, even if you leave, they still want to tax you from when you're in California, where they claim you earn the money while you're in California. Yeah. So that even if you move out of California, all your possessions, all your homes, all your stocks and bonds and artwork and cars, everything comes from California income. So you are like an indentured servant forever. Makes no sense. And didn't we talk about this years ago? They tried something like this in Europe, and it was a complete failure. Well, it's impossible to enforce. Me, who's this whiny little child, who up until his election, he was living with his mother, and he had one of those stupid DoorDash jobs. He was delivering food. Yeah. He was delivering food and living with mom. Somehow, he becomes a local assemblyman, and now for that comes to the regular taxes collected in the state, income taxes and such. The wealthy people already pay an outside share, so this is just